94. Council are present. Are we ready to resume, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. All right. Mr. Murphy, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Donald Wagler.
Testimony that we give this case now be heard as the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Please state your full name, spell your last name, please, for reference.
Donald R. Wagler,
Spell your last name.
W-A-G-L-E-R.
Thank you, sir.
You may inquire.
Thank you. And Mr. Wagler, are you employed? Are you employed, sir?
Yes, sir.
Where are you employed at?
Pioneer Trails,
Okay. How long have you been employed at Pioneer Trails?
since 2008.
Okay. And were you so employed on November 14th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, do you recall what your assignment was on that particular day?
I had to transport a school down to Columbus.
Okay. And sir, in order to do that, were you going to be operating a bus?
Yes,
My understanding it was a 2009 Van Hool bus. That sound right?
very possible.
Okay. And sir, what kind of license does one need in order to operate that type of vehicle?
You have to have at least a Class B
Okay.
commercial license.
And what kind of commercial license did you have on November 14th, 2023?
A Class A.
Okay. And so are you able to drive
Yes.
that type of vehicle with a
Yes.
Class A license?
With the charter bus endorsement, correct.
Okay. And did you have a charter
Yes.
bus endorsement? Have you ever driven that particular bus prior to this date of November 14, 2023?
Yes, about 8 years.
Okay, so you're familiar with this
Correct.
bus? You're familiar with the operation of this bus?
Correct.
Okay, what kind of transmission does it have?
Automatic.
Okay.
Allison.
Okay. And I'm assuming the engine is in the rear of this vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And at the time of November 14, 2023, did you do any kind of pre-trip inspection on the bus?
Yes, I did.
Walk us through what the pre-trip inspection on that kind of bus would be.
You check your fluids, you check your tires, and make sure everything is operating correctly.
Okay. And you would have done this where, sir, pre-trip?
At the office,
Is that in Millersburg, Ohio?
correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you were going to go to Tuskegee Valley High School?
Correct.
Okay. Had you ever been there before?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. In terms of what your responsibilities on that particular day, were you just to pick them up and deliver them someplace, or were you to pick them up, deliver them, and return them from someplace?
To pick them up, take them to their destination, wait, and then bring them back.
Okay, that was the Columbus Convention Center?
Correct.
Okay, about what time do you believe that you arrived at Tuskegee?
I don't remember.
Was it early morning?
Early morning.
Okay, before 7 o'clock?
Possible.
Okay. And in terms of how many seats the bus has on it, available seats for passengers?
56.
Okay, and does it have a bathroom?
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of cargo, was any cargo loaded onto the bus?
Band instruments.
Okay. And how did the band instruments get loaded on the bus?
The students loaded in.
Okay. Did you assign seats to anyone, or?
No, sir.
Okay. You just stayed on the bus, or?
I was off the bus until everybody was loaded, and then after the equipment was loaded, I got on the bus, and then once I was told I could leave, we left.
Okay. And you indicated that every seat was full?
As far as I can recollect.
Okay. Do you know how long it took to load the bus?
Not really.
Okay. If your report indicated 45 minutes, would that be about accurate?
I would say so.
Okay. The route to get from Tusky to Columbus Convention Center, how was that route chosen?
Chosen? How was it chosen?
Yeah.
But there was 2 routes. I suggested 7.
Okay. And when you say there's 2 routes, is that something you would have ran through Garmin?
I could have ran it through Garmin, correct?
Okay. Was there a Garmin unit in the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And you're familiar with, I'm assuming 70 West?
Correct.
Okay. My understanding is the route was State Route 212 to Interstate 77 South, then to Interstate 70 West.
Correct.
That sounds right? Okay. How would you describe the traffic conditions in that morning?
Medium.
Okay, what do you mean by medium?
Well, it wasn't heavy. It was standard traffic
Okay.
until, I got to 70.
Okay, and when you got on 70, how was traffic?
It was still medium until I got closer to Columbus.
Okay. Is that something unusual?
I don't think so.
Okay. Just Columbus is a little busier?
Yes.
How many lanes are in the westbound I-70?
3 in some areas.
Okay. When you get to about exit 118, 119, how many?
I can't tell you.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked Dates Exhibit 26A. Are you familiar with States Exhibit 26A?
No, I'm not sure.
You're not familiar with that area at
Well,
the I-70?
Okay, I thought you were asking me if I saw this photo before I.
No.
Okay. I'm familiar, somewhat familiar with that area, correct?
Okay. How many lanes are in I-70 west here, sir?
2.
Okay. There's a fog line to the right. Is that accurate?
There's a what? Repeat?
A fog line?
I don't understand the question.
I'm asking you to look at this line here, sir. Generally referred to as a fog line.
Oh, yes, okay.
Okay. And it looks like the center is in a zipper pattern. The center edge of the right lane.
Correct.
Okay. And sir, in terms of this roadway, I'm showing you by what is exit 118, the Etna Pataskala. This is ultimately where the impact crash occurred.
Okay,
Does that sound about right?
correct.
Okay. Do you remember the collision, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing at the time of the collision? Besides driving the bus.
Yeah, I seen there was slow traffic,
Okay?
and I was slowing down to, because of traffic.
Okay, I'm assuming you saw brake lights
Yes, I did.
and you were able to see the vehicles in front of you?
Correct.
Okay. It looked like from that picture that no ice on the roadway.
Correct.
Does that sound right? You're heading west in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And so the sun would be behind you.
Correct.
Okay, so the sun wasn't in your eyes?
No, sir.
Okay. In terms of any fog or anything, was there any fog in front of you?
No.
Okay. When you saw that traffic was slowing down, did you have any difficulty in slowing down proportionally with that traffic?
I don't think so.
Okay. And in terms of braking, did you do any hard braking or anything like that in order to slow down?
I don't think so.
Okay. Was your bus moving at the time that it was rear-ended by something?
I was going between 5 and 10 miles an hour.
Okay. And I'm curious about how certain you are about that, sir. Was your Garmin unit active at the time?
Yes, it was.
Okay. If that had your speed at about 25 miles an hour, would that sound about correct?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. You don't know the exact speed?
No, I do not.
Were you looking at this speedometer?
No, I was not. I was looking at the traffic in front of me
Okay. And why were you looking at the traffic in front of you?
to make sure that I had a sure clear distance.
Okay. Did you have any difficulty not hitting any vehicle in front of you?
Not before the crash, no.
Okay. Did you notice a red Toyota in front of you?
I knew there was a vehicle in front of me.
Okay. Did you notice any vehicles behind you?
There was a vehicle following me from the school.
Okay. And would that be a 2015 silver Nissan Murano?
I do not know, sir. I don't know vehicles' ages or,
Okay. But you know that there was a school vehicle.
there was a school vehicle following me, correct.
Do you remember what color it was?
I think it was silver.
Okay. Was that vehicle tailgating you or anything? If you know.
I don't know, sir.
Okay. You weren't watching?
I knew there was a vehicle following me. I wasn't really paying attention to the vehicle that was behind me more than I was watching for the traffic in front of me.
Okay. At the time that this was ongoing and you were slowing down, was there any mechanical malfunction that you were aware of on the bus?
No, sir.
Okay. In terms of the students and the chaperones on the bus, do you recall whether they were distracting you in any way or loud or anything?
I don't remember.
Okay. You don't remember them distracting you, or you don't remember being aware of what they were doing?
Okay, rephrase that again.
Sure. I mean, were they a factor in anything you were doing when driving the bus?
No, sir.
Okay, so none of their conduct in any way altered or influenced anything you were doing as the bus driver?
That is correct.
Okay. In terms of a cell phone, do you have a headset?
Correct.
Okay. Did you use the cell phone at any point in time, or did anyone call you?
I had, to my recollection, I had one call. I'm not sure if there was any others or not. I can't remember.
Okay. Now, did you have an earpiece?
I have, it's a bone phone,
Okay.
so it doesn't go into your ear. It's on the outside.
Okay. And how do you activate that device in order to receive a call?
There's a button on the thing that I can,
Okay.
it's a hand-free device,
Now, would that be on your left side or right side?
left side.
Okay. What was the first indication that you had that something was wrong here?
When I got hit from behind?
Yes. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. And at the time, was the bus moving? Or was it still?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. Was the traffic moving in front of you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Prior to getting struck, or immediately prior to getting struck, was the bus moving?
I think so.
Okay. After the bus was hit, or when the bus was hit, could you describe to the court what that collision felt like, what it did to you?
It felt like I was hitting you by a ton of bricks. As soon as I was hit, I turned my wheel to the right to avoid interacting with the traffic in front of me.
Okay. And were you able to avoid hitting anything in front of you?
No, I hit the vehicle in front of me in the right rear corner, which splintered out of the way, and then I was slammed into the semi in front.
Now, if I was to tell you that that was the 2006 Toyota Highlander operated by Mr. Wolverton, would you disagree or agree with that?
If I was struck by the Murano first, correct?
Okay, you were struck by the Murano first. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking
Oh,
you that when you were going forward, you said you cut the wheel hard to the right.
Yes, okay,
You said that there was a vehicle that you hit on the side,
correct. I hit it on the right rear corner,
okay?
and I splintered, it spun out of the way.
Okay, and I asked you if that was 2006
Oh,
Toyota Highlander.
I'm sorry,
You-
I
You don't know?
don't know.
You remember what color it was?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you hit anything else, sir?
I hit the semi that was in front of that vehicle.
I'm going to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 23B. Are you familiar with States Exhibit 23B?
This is the first I've seen this picture, sir. I don't know what, I knew I hit a semi, I don't know what,
Okay. Does that appear to be the semi that you hit, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember what side of the bus hit?
Left side,
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 24A. Are you familiar with States Exhibit 24A?
this is the first I've seen this picture, but, that looks about correct, sir.
Well, this is a Van Hool bus, right?
Correct.
I mean, I'm showing you with the marker right underneath says Van Hool. This appears to be the driver's position here, so this would be the left side of the bus.
Correct.
So does that appear to be the bus that you were driving?
Correct.
Okay, and is that the area of the bus that would have hit the semi?
Correct.
Okay, is that the area of the bus that also would have hit this other vehicle in the background here? This vehicle here, if you know.
Correct.
Sir, after your vehicle hit the semi, and looking at the actual damage to your bus, and I think I showed you a picture of the semi, was your bus still functional?
After I hit,
Yeah, yes. After you were hit in the back and then were pushed forward and had these other collisions that you described, was the engine on the bus still functional?
No,
Okay. How were you aware of that?
when I went to, turn right, it was it was almost like regular steering rather than power steering, because I had to turn as hard as I could to avoid the traffic in front of me.
Okay. And you indicated earlier that your bus has an Allison engine in it,
Correct.
diesel?
Detroit Allison.
Would that be a diesel engine?
A diesel engine with a Allison transmission.
Okay. And that would be in the rear of the
Correct.
bus. And so after you hit the semi in front of you, were you able to open the bus doors?
Yes,
Okay. How does that work?
air actually.
Okay. Was
I
it?
had a certain amount of air in the tanks. I knew I just had a certain amount of time before I couldn't open it with the air.
Okay. And why would that be, sir?
Because there was no power on in the bus at the time.
Okay, so all the power is off on the bus, the engine's not working, the bus is where it's at this point. You open the doors,
Correct.
was the door able to open the whole way?
Correct.
Okay. What was your condition at that time?
Had a broken leg.
Okay. How was your leg broken? Was that from the impact?
From the impact of the truck that was in front of me.
Okay. And were you able to stand up or anything of that nature?
I could stand up, but I couldn't put any weight on my leg.
Which leg was this, sir?
Left leg, sir.
Okay. And did you observe any of the kids getting off the bus?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you got off the bus, when would that be, sir?
I was one of the last people to get off.
Okay. And when you got off the bus, where did you go, sir?
I went about 50 feet and laid myself down on the grass.
Okay. My understanding, sir, is that you actually had the left leg amputated as a result of this.
Correct.
Okay. So you have a prosthetic on at this point
Correct.
from this collision.
Correct.
At some point in time, did one of the passengers give you a pair of crutches?
Correct. When one of the students offered me her crutches for me to enable me to leave the coach.
Sir, I know it's kind of an unfair question, but looking back on this, is there anything you could have done to avoid what happened here?
I don't think so. If I wouldn't have done what I did, there would have been a whole lot more injuries. By turning hard right, I saved a lot of other lives that would have been impacted. The bus would have been like an accordion, which, would have totally hurt a lot more people. After I was hit, no one else was injured other than myself.
Sir, actually a bunch of people were injured, but
I'm sorry?
a bunch of people actually were injured, and
After the initial impact?
I don't know, after the initial impact.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying.
So I want to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 22. Sir, this is a photograph taken before police arrived, near in time to getting off, kids getting off the bus. Is that the Van Hool bus you were operating that day, sir?
Yes,
It looks like it was largely intact, the bus that is, at this particular time, prior to it catching on fire. Does that seem accurate?
correct.
Okay. It also looks like the semi is lifted up and off on the passenger side, off the ground into the bus. Were you able to see that, sir? After after you got off the bus?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Thanks, sir. You said you recalled the actual impact in the rear?
I felt the impact and correct,
Okay. You said it hit like a ton of bricks?
correct.
Okay. So, ton of bricks meaning did it have enough force to force you backwards?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. Did it jar you?
I don't remember.
Did your hands come off the steering wheel? Did your hands come off the steering wheel?
No, sir.
Okay. Right after that impact, excuse me, I think your first instinct was to steer right to avoid the car in front of you, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's the Toyota Highlander I think you learned today?
Possible,
You couldn't recall the color, but you knew there was a car right in front of you.
correct.
So immediately after you're hit, you're steering to the right to avoid that car, correct?
That is correct.
That car was right there, right? Right in your field of vision. You knew you had to avoid it, correct?
I knew there was stopped traffic in front of me. I had to avoid from being pushed from behind,
And you steered to the right.
from being, correct.
And you ended up hitting that car too, correct?
From the force of the impact, correct.
The left side of your bus, so you're already into your steer right, and the left side of your bus, which is where the driver is, hits that car, correct?
Pardon?
The left side of your bus, the left front, where the driver's side is, hit that car.
That is correct.
Okay. And then later the center.
Correct.
Okay. So, you testified earlier, you don't remember whether or not you applied your brakes?
I didn't say that, sir.
What did you say?
I said I don't remember.
You don't remember, okay. Is it possible that you had a hard braking event and steered to the right to avoid that car in front of you?
Possible.
Is it possible that that car in front of you, just seconds before, hit his brakes hard?
I don't know, sir.
Is it possible that you were avoiding a collision with the car in front of you by braking hard and steering to the right, and then you were impacted in the rear?
No, sir.
That's not possible.
That's not possible.
Is it possible that you had an aggressive braking and steered to the right prior to impact?
No, sir.
That's not possible.
No, sir.
Would it surprise you if multiple students have said that you had a hard braking event and steered to the right?
Not before the accident.
Would it surprise you that if an individual testified here who was studying for his master's, and he was so engrossed in his master's study that the aggressive braking caused him to look up? Would that surprise you?
I don't think so.
That wouldn't. Would it surprise you that one of the adult chaperones, Kimberly Chamberlain, who, I think I said that right, testified here yesterday, described you as aggressively braking like you have to stop now and turning to the right?
That's not, it's not correct.
So they're lying?
I think he's misstating what the witness testified to.
Not what I'm stating at all.
Objection sustained as to whether he thinks another witness is being truthful. It's just not his job.
Okay. Is it possible, sir, that all the other individuals' experiences demonstrate that the car in front of you might have braked hard in front of you?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, thank you, no further questions.
Redirect.
In fairness, sir, you really don't remember a lot about these events?
I don't, I experienced the impact, and after that, I don't really know exactly what all transpired.
Okay. Well, that was after you turned, in terms of getting out, or what part don't you remember?
Yeah, I remember everybody, you know, getting out. I don't really remember exactly the sequence of events that happened after I was hit.
Okay. Do you remember the sequence of events of turning hard to the right?
After I was hit, sir, yes.
Okay, no doubt about that.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of what somebody else was doing or thinking in the back of the bus or saying, you'd have no way to know that. Would that be accurate?
Correct.
Obviously, you were looking out the windshield at that time.
Correct.
Okay, that's your job, isn't it,
That is correct, sir.
as the bus driver
Yeah, first, priority, yes, sir.
and as a commercial license holder?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing else?
Recross.
No recross, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Here we call Trevor Jasper. Thank you, sir.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear testimony which you're about to give in this case, not be yours, the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. Trooper, can you state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the record?
Trevor Jasper, Jasper.
Thank you, Trooper.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, where are you employed at?
The Ohio State Highway Patrol,
And how long have you been employed there?
coming up on 10 years.
And sir, what was your training in order to become an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper?
Training includes going through the training academy, 5-6 months worth of training at the academy where you learn the basics of traffic enforcement, safety on the road, what it means to be a state trooper.
And how long were you just a trooper?
I was at the Batavia post for just over 3 years.
Okay. And at any point in time, sir, did you seek or obtain additional training?
I did, yeah. Further training at the training academy for crash investigation.
Okay. And in terms of crash investigation, what would that consist of?
It's a building course, intermediate, technical, crash reconstruction level courses. They build on the basics of what we learn in the academy, give more insight and more tools and knowledge on investigating crashes.
Okay. And when did you have that course?
Those courses would have been in 2017.
Okay. Do you have any specialized training?
Yes, crash reconstruction I would say is sort of that first large scale class to get into the world of crash reconstruction, and then from there are additional courses specific to, say, pedestrian collisions, commercial collisions, motorcycle enforcement collisions, and event data recorders. There's a whole world out there for specialized courses.
Okay. And you have training as well in those areas?
Yes.
Okay. What about unmanned aircraft or drones?
Yes, I'm a licensed FAA commercial unmanned aerial vehicle pilot.
And why do you have that, sir, for your job?
We have UAVs on the job for data collection, for evidence collection, and then to comply with FAA regulations, we are licensed pilots for that.
Okay. And sir, do you have any teaching experience?
I do, some teaching experience at the academy for basic, intermediate, technical level courses.
Okay. May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. All right, you may resume, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. So you've taught collision reconstruction?
Not the reconstruction level, but the classes leading up to that.
Okay. Technical crash investigation
Yes.
and intermediate crash
Yes.
investigation? Okay. What about forensic mapping?
Yes, I've taken that course. It's something to further our skills with the various tools that we have, as well as assisting the troopers in my area with those tools.
Okay. And how many collisions have you investigated?
Collisions all the way from Batavia to reconstruction level, over 500 at least.
Okay. And how many have you, done as a lead?
For lead reconstruction, that would be, I would say, over 120, 140, somewhere around there.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness before in reconstruction?
I have.
Okay. It looks like that would be in Franklin, Knox, Delaware. Does that sound about right?
Yes,
In those counties?
correct.
And were you found to be an expert in this area?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And sir, your current rank is a sergeant?
That is correct.
When did you become a sergeant?
Early 2023.
Okay. So prior to this collision?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a bachelor's degree
I do.
in what?
Chemical engineering.
Okay. And in terms of that degree, has that been helpful in what you do professionally for the patrol?
I would say very much so. There are many different tracks in engineering, but at the basic core of it, engineering is teaching you how to think, being critical in what you look at and giving you a frame of reference for the world and how you see projects, how you see processes.
Okay. And going back to Tuesday, November 14th, 2023, were you requested to be part of an investigation on Interstate 70 near Post 118, the westbound lane?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, how were you contacted for that?
I was contacted at my residence by my supervisor at the time, Staff Lieutenant Kin. He informed me that there was a collision of great magnitude that required crash reconstruction to be available.
Did you go out to the scene?
I did.
Were you at the scene while vehicles were still there?
Yes, I arrived about 10:30 or so a.m.
Okay. And when you arrived, what did you observe at the scene?
I observed the vehicles at final rest. That would be the Volvo tractor trailer, Toyota Highlander, the Van Hool charter bus, as well as the Freightliner tractor trailer. And then it was just before my arrival that they learned of the Nissan Murano, and so I also witnessed that.
Okay. And sir, we had some testimony, I believe, from Trooper Matheny, who took some photographs.
Yes.
Did you utilize some of those photographs for purposes of generating a report in this particular case?
I could have. There were many photographs taken by multiple individuals, and I did pull from various sources for photography use.
Okay. And when you're trying to do a crash reconstruction, what kind of things do you need to do upon arrival? How does one start the process, especially in something this large?
Yeah, the starting of the process is surveying. What do you have? What do your eyes see? What can you observe? And then from there, documenting that in various forms. Photography, mapping, it can be as basic as taking a tape measure out and taking measurements. Total station, that's more of a survey device. UAV, taking photographs from above, documenting that evidence that you observe.
Okay. In terms of the collection of videos that may be at or in the area, is that something that you'd be looking to obtain as well?
Yes, especially in our modern era, we're always looking for videos, whether it's out on the interstate, ODOT, or businesses, personal use. cameras in vehicles or handheld, cell phones, anything that we think could be a benefit.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, is that what you did in order to formulate a report in this particular case?
I did.
And sir, you have before you in the folder what's been marked State's Exhibit number 1. If you could take a moment and look at State's Exhibit number 1, please.
Yes, this would be my crash reconstruction report.
Okay. And sir, in terms of putting that together, did you also collaborate? Were you also involved with the NTSB investigation?
I was.
Okay. Were you on one of the committees as well?
Yes, I was a committee member, or I think they have a different term for it.
Okay. And what type of information did you seek from the vehicles and also from the scene in putting together your report?
It was a lot. So I'd say at the beginning it'd be vehicle damage and documenting photography wise as well as measurements. From there, data, electronically stored data such as event data recorders, Garmin GPS device, in the vehicles, videos, any videos that we could obtain from the vehicles. Those would be the things that we did in the week following the crash.
Okay. And just so we understand, would you agree that there's a difference between objective evidence or information versus subjective evidence or information?
Yes.
Subjective would be what, someone told you something that this is what I think happened?
Yes, I would say so. You know, witnesses, we of course try to get as many witness statements as we can. We compare it to other evidence.
Okay. One of the potential problems with that, maybe people seeing things from different perspectives, people being distracted and doing other things at the time that an event is happening?
Correct, I agree with all those.
Okay. In terms of objective information, video,
Yes.
data from electronic recording devices,
Yes.
you advise also like Garmin?
Yeah, any sort of electronic device.
Okay. In terms of the scene, what do you look at in order to determine the initial area of impact?
Generally with collisions, area of impacts between vehicles is going to create evidence on the roadway. And the more severe the collision, the more severe the evidence.
Okay. And I want to show you, I think what we saw first and a few times. It's marked as State's Exhibit number 22. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit number 22?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit number 22?
This is a photograph of the Van Hool charter bus and the freight line.
looking at State's Exhibit number 5, and I'd like to direct your attention specifically to traffic as well as the right rearward facing, and I circled it here, rear view mirror. And I want you to tell me what you see in that.
Okay. Coming up, there's a shadow, and then you see the collision, fireball. You can see a portion of the Van Hool headlights in that mirror.
Okay. Sir, would that be, in your opinion, objective evidence that the bus struck this 2014 Volvo?
Yes, the severity of that collision definitely implied a large vehicle, and that large vehicle being that Van Hool.
Let me see if it works now. Okay, well, the circle's still there, but I'm not gonna mess with it. Showing you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 23A. What is State's Exhibit 23A?
This is the Volvo truck tractor that was in the lead of all the vehicles.
Okay, this is the actual semi, State's Exhibit number 5 that we were looking at.
Yes, with the video.
And the circle, what we're watching, should be over here.
Yes, the right mirror off the hood.
Okay. And this is obviously a photograph while emergency workers are working at the scene still.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 23B, what are we looking at here?
This is the rear of the trailer attached to the Volvo.
Okay. And sir, are you aware of how those doors were damaged?
Yes, that was from the Van Hool.
Okay. When you say the Van Hool, you mean the bus?
Correct, the collision between the Van Hool and that trailer.
Okay. And are you able to tell, and I'm going to show you probably first here, State's Exhibit, and now I'm showing you 24A. This is a Van Hool bus.
Yes.
Are you able to tell from looking at those two pictures that I just showed you objectively, what part of this bus hit what part of the trailer on the semi?
Yes, the left front of the Van Hool hit the right rear of the trailer. Even though it's very damaged on that left side, the right side of the bus you can see, which would be the same as the left, is very squared off, very vertical in nature, which matches up very well to the imprint on the trailer.
Would that be consistent with the subjective evidence from the bus driver who we heard from this morning turning the steering wheel?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit. It is, looks like 23C. And this is a side view of this
Yes.
Volvo semi again. So this is a pretty significant impact.
Yeah, it pushed in pretty well.
Sir, the actual bus itself, did it have an EDR on it?
It did.
Okay, what function does an EDR do?
It's still very similar across all types of EDRs. It's records data from different types of events. For commercial vehicles, though, generally set up more from a maintenance standpoint, so recording last stop events, hard brake events that the company and maintenance personnel for the companies can understand how their vehicle's being driven from a maintenance standpoint.
Okay. And sir, were you able to obtain the EDR report from the Van Hool bus?
Yes, we did. We got the necessary modules, and in cooperation with the NTSB and the manufacturer, they were able to obtain the data off of that EDR.
Okay. There's been a lot of questions about hard braking in this particular case. That's one of those words like reasonable. What reasonable is to somebody may not be reasonable to somebody else.
Correct.
For the purposes of an EDR program, is there a defined term that constitutes what a hard braking event is?
There's a general rule of thumb, but it is a parameter that can be set up within each individual EDR.
Okay. And was there a parameter that was set up for the Van Hool bus?
I don't recall what that parameter was.
Okay. Was there a logging of a hard brake in this particular case?
There was.
Okay. And that logging would have occurred when, sir?
Prior to this crash, months prior.
September?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, I was going to, looking at the EDR report. And I'll probably turn this over to you at this point. Sir, what constituted a hard braking event on this Van Hool
Do you
bus?
want this to be up?
Yes, if you can hit it, yes.
Is it the play?
Yes. If it works. That's good.
All right, so what constitutes a hard brake?
Yes.
It would be a certain deceleration over a certain amount of time, as specified by the manufacturer in the EDR.
Okay. And in this particular bus, you indicated that there were two, I believe, one in September and one in August.
Yes, it looks like the first one, the oldest one, was from August, and then there was another one from September.
Okay, now I want to make sure we're looking at the right one, because there's one here, this one looks like it's in August 26 of 23.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the thing that logged a hard braking result in August of 23?
It would be that deceleration. There's a top graph of the three of these graphs that you can see in the middle of the page. The top one is vehicle speed. You can see the line indicates an increase in speed and then a sharper decrease in speed prior to that vertical dashed line, which is the point at which it would have recorded this hard brake due to that deceleration.
And what were those speeds, sir?
It looks like the speed based on the graph gets just under 60 miles per hour and then down to about 20 miles per hour over the course of under 10 seconds.
And the one for September?
September, now looking at the same graph, the top one, vehicle speed, the speed is slightly coming down from maybe approximately 65 down to about 60, and then a sharp decrease down to what looks about 40 at that dashed line, and that would be within the course of 3 or 2 seconds.
Okay. And could you show us the one for November 14, 2023?
There was no hard brake event recorded for that time frame.
Okay. Was there a speed that was recorded for that date on this device?
No.
Okay. Were you able to obtain a speed on this particular date for? Make sure. That's kind of interesting. you able to obtain from the Van Hole bus Garmin speed for this bus at a specific time?
At a specific time, the time frame appears to be somewhere prior to the collision and then after the collision also, not necessarily capturing the point of collision.
Okay. Well, does it also have on it a longitude and latitude?
It does.
Okay. And so the longitude and latitude in this particular case, does it line up to a specific defined area that you had within the crash scene event?
It does. It lines up very well with that area of impact.
And that would be area of impact number 1?
Correct.
Okay. And those speeds were at a specific time?
Yes.
And this would be for the bus?
Yes.
And it looks like this is at unified time?
Yeah, the 1347 would be UTC.
So we would have to subtract 5 hours.
Correct. At that time, November 14th, yes.
So at 8:47 and 33 seconds in the morning, it appears that the bus was going 25 miles an hour.
Yes.
And then it looks like 8 seconds later, it's going 43 miles an hour.
Yes.
How does that happen, sir?
Well, due to acceleration from the vehicle to the vehicle, and then based on the other evidence, due to a collision.
Okay. In terms of, and I apologize because I think it's on permanent play now. Going to your report in terms of, I'm going to pull up the page here, the area, and I'm looking for area number 1 within your report.
That would be back. Last page. You're looking for the overall scene.
Yes, I'm looking for where you drew nice, pretty boxes.
Yeah, that would be an earlier page. Maybe around page 15 or so.
You are correct, sir. Okay, so area 1 here, is this the area where that Garmin longitude, latitude line up at?
That specific point, I would have to look back at the map where I plotted it, but it is in that general area, yes.
General area as in,
It's not beyond that area to the west,
okay?
but I don't know how many feet to the east it may have been.
Okay, when you say feet, are we talking about 2,000 feet or
No.
what kind of distance?
I would say no more than 50 or 100 feet.
Okay. So, looking again at going back to page 40 then of your report, looking again at these numbers here, we also then have a deceleration further beyond this point.
Yes.
What would that be, sir?
From the 43 mile per hour data point, the deceleration is now, the Van Hool was not experiencing this acceleration due to its own power and continuing on, it was due to the collision. Therefore, it received an acceleration and then started to decelerate right away after that.
Just so I understand, what you're saying here is that it was going 25, and then some other force accelerated it to 43,
Correct.
okay? And again, just so I'm following along, those longitude and latitude coordinates are in that box that are on page 15 of your report.
Yes, they are right around there.
Okay. And when you say that the bus would accelerate without being under power, how does that happen?
Accelerate, not being under power
Yeah.
because of the external force from behind.
Okay. In this particular case, would that be the collision a combination of the Nissan Murano and the defendant's Freightliner vehicle.
Yes,
Would that be your opinion in this case?
yes.
Okay, so if someone was to suggest that this vehicle had come to a full stop, and I'm talking about the bus, would you agree with that based on the objective data, or would you disagree with that?
I disagree. It did not come to a stop.
Okay, so the bus would still have been moving at the time that this initial collision occurred?
Yes,
I mean, that would be your opinion in this case?
yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked. It looks like we're at State's Exhibit number 25, and this would be 25A. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 25A?
It's a photograph facing westbound in the right lane prior to the start of that Area 1, first sign of evidence.
Was there a first sign of evidence in this particular case?
Yes, it was actually pretty distinct.
And what was that pretty distinct sign that you're referring to?
Pretty much a line where tire marks and scrapes and gouges started.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do a lousy job of this, but are we talking about right around here?
Yes.
Okay. That's pretty precise, isn't it?
It was almost a line.
Okay. What would cause something like that?
An abrupt collision.
In this particular picture, and of course I now have it zoomed, this would be looking westward.
Yes.
And again, this roadway is 2 lanes,
Yes.
white fog line to the right,
Yes.
white zipper line in the middle,
That's correct.
rumble strips on the sides.
Both sides.
And we can see the exit 118, Etna, Pataskla, half-mile away from here.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, at some point in time, did you have the opportunity to measure the distance from this pretty distinct line that you had there back to the bridge that we saw in the original video of the semi that was following the defendant?
I did.
Okay. What would that measurement be, sir?
It'd be at most 800 feet.
Okay. From this specific spot?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, if, well, I want to show you some more pictures first before we go there. Looking at 25B. What are we looking at here?
This is another fairly distinct area of evidence on the road, comprised of scrapes, gouges, tire marks, and fluid.
Okay. Related to what occurred here?
Yes, related to the collisions.
Okay. And I'm going to draw your attention here to this piece over here. And I had it there and I misplaced it right there. And I'm going to draw your attention back to it in just a few minutes. What are we looking at on 26C?
That's another photo of that right lane, further west from the previous photo, taken from the side, not facing west. This is more facing north, and you can see more evidence on the roadway: scrapes, gouges, paint transfer, fluid.
Looks like there's a piece of a vehicle in the middle of the roadway.
Yes,
Okay. And that's the sign on the far left
it
up
is.
here that we were talking about, and again referencing this piece here.
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 26C1. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 26C1?
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit 26C1?
Looks like a photo of a body panel from a vehicle, and it has number 315 on it.
Is that the same body panel that we were looking at in 26C by the sign?
Yes.
Now, you were present for testimony here yesterday,
Yes.
and were you present for when we were discussing the ELD of the defendant in this particular case?
Yes.
And were you present when there was a number that was assigned to him?
Yes, I was.
And what was that number, sir?
It was 315.
Okay, and so he would have truck 315 assigned to him on the ELD and assigned to him, or as part of the vehicle, this piece that appears to be, looks like pretty far grown off the roadway here.
It was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember watching a video of a truck that was following the defendant?
I do.
You remember testimony that was solicited about seeing an object falling off?
Yes.
In your opinion, sir, is that object?
It does look just like it.
Looking at State's Exhibit 26D. What are we seeing in 26D?
Photo of the scene taken from the left lane. This is capturing a little bit more of an overall take. The fluid pattern you can see on the road, as well as a lot of little scrapes in the left lane from the battery debris carried by the freight liner, and then the final rest of some of the vehicles.
And then 26E.
It looks like a Nissan emblem.
Was there a Nissan vehicle, sir, that was involved in this collision?
Yes, there was.
And was that the 2015 Nissan Murano that was being operated by the chaperones following the bus?
Yes.
And just for point of reference, I'm blowing that up. It appears to be at here. I'm now looking at State's Exhibit 26D. Would that be the exact same image of the Nissan badge?
Yes, you can see it there laying in the road.
Okay. Twenty-six F.
26F is now looking eastbound, backwards, starting, looks like to be about the area of number 3, so you can see, or even area 4, so you can see the 3 previous areas that were pointed out in previous photographs further down the road in the right lane, which is on the left side of the photo.
Okay, we can see the grass line as well.
Yes.
And in the distance, we can see the bridge.
Yes.
Is that the bridge you were referencing was approximately 800 feet away from the clear line that was in the roadway of
Yes.
first contact?
That's correct.
Looking at State's Exhibit 26, and I'm going to say it's G. What are we looking at?
This is the right lane going onto the shoulder. Additional evidence of scraping. There's a large, wide patch of what looks like silver paint applied to the pavement, as well as the fluid to the left of that, and some other scrapes and gouges. And then this is the first point, I believe, around the point where biological matter begins to be deposited on the ground.
And this would be the same color paint for the 2015 Nissan.
Yes.
Looking back at that location, You said this would have been area what?
I believe that's about area 3 to 4 in my report.
Okay. State's Exhibit H, 26H.
Yes, looks like we're progressing eastbound from the previous photos through that evidence.
More scrapes in the road.
Yes.
What kind of scrapes are we talking about? Are these light or are these?
Some are light, some appear to be more sheet metal on pavement. That would be the wider, more silvery colored patch. And then the very distinct, I would say, is to the right of that visually. That very white looking gouge would be a deeper gouge.
The dark colored material that's on the roadway in the right-hand lane, what does that appear to be, sir?
Physical objects in the right lane?
Or just looks like oil or something, if you know.
Oh, yes, it's has a sheen to it,
Yes.
fluid, various types of fluid. It could be radiator, a transmission, engine oil, all the fluids associated with the vehicle.
It doesn't appear to be as pronounced at all in the left lane or the fast lane. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
Would that be indicative that the collision that occurred in this particular case occurred in the right lane?
Yes.
And it looks like most of it is between the fog line and the zipper line.
That's correct.
Looking at 26I, it looks like it's more of a close-up again, with some more debris.
Yes.
Anything particular there?
No, we're just walking backwards through the collisions, seeing the change in direction that's been sort of noted in previous testimony, as well as the change in the involvement of the vehicles, how they're interacting.
Okay. And exhibit 26J.
Yes, very heavy impact gouging on the road.
Okay. And this is in what area?
This should be somewhere between 2 and 3, those two areas that I point out.
26K.
It's coming up to the start of area 2.
More gouging.
Yes, gouging, heavy gouging, those curved gouge marks, 1, 2, 3 or so, especially the one in the foreground. Those are pretty heavy gouge marks, very deep.
26L.
Yes, gouges, as well as a lot of lighter scrapes, and then a large fluid spray pattern. See it, the triangular nature of it shows that it's being sprayed out, which would be indicative of something high pressure, high velocity.
Again, all that is in the right lane,
Yes.
or the vast majority of it. Sir, after the initial impact of the Freightliner with the 2015 Murano, you had the opportunity to go and look at the actual, I guess, what I'd seen, and also back in the yard where it was removed to for inspection.
Yes.
Okay. Does your report, cover what that looks like? In other words, within your State's Exhibit number 1, did you have documented what these two combined vehicles now look like when they were in the yard?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Those were all the photos of at the tow yard.
Yeah. So they're at the front then,
Yes, after this section, if you continue forward.
this way?
Yes, so that's all the scene documentation. And those are the vehicles at the scene,
Okay.
as well as a mixture of tow yard.
Okay, these are scans, actually.
Yes, this is a composite, I would say it's a 3D scan, a 3D point cloud, taken from the photographs that were captured on scene.
And this is another new page 24. These would be at the yard?
This was at the scene,
Oh, I
and this
see.
was capturing the various angles of the Nissan and attempting to identify the different sides of the Nissan.
Okay, looking at photo number A, when you have the roof rear hatch, what are you referring to?
That goes all the way from the rear hatch of the vehicle, so the tailgate
Which vehicle?
of the Nissan.
Okay, it looks like it's actually in the bus or?
Correct. It was sitting on top of the Freightliner and bus.
Okay. And when you have the undercarriage circled, again, looking at A,
Yes, so I circled the entirety of the Nissan and then marked what would be the front, the undercarriage, and the rear.
that's the whole car?
Yes, best to explain, it was folded up where the front, the hood, essentially was touching the top of the rear. So it was folded up like a burrito.
So looking at D,
D, yes, is a little bit different angle, showing the undercarriage that was visible on top, and then the rear of the vehicle, which was actually down toward the pavement.
so part of this Nissan actually went into the bus?
Yeah, so the Freightliner took the top of the Nissan off, all the way from the rear hatch, C pillar, B pillar, A pillar, and the whole roof, and then put it up into the back of the bus.
And that's when it, and then it was on top of it?
Yeah, so the initial impact where the Freightliner struck the rear of the Nissan started that whole sequence. Then definitely by the time it struck the back of the bus, it started to interact even more, going on top of the Nissan, severing the roof and the rear hatch, and then rolling on top of the Nissan, rolling it up into that folded manner.
There was an EDR report on the Nissan as well?
Yes.
And, sir, was there any speed calculation that was done for the Nissan?
Yes, there was.
And, sir, walk us through what speed calculation was done for the Nissan.
The speed calculation that was done for the Nissan, first off, is verifying the data appears to be related to the incident. After that was completed and accomplished, the actual data from the event was used to understand what was happening at the time of collision and post-collision with the Freightliner.
Okay? Were you able to generate a speed that the Nissan was doing pre-collision?
Yes, so looking through the report, it had two events. The first event appeared to be in line with the first collision with the Freightliner. Largest piece of evidence to show that would be its longitudinal change in velocity. That is the forward to rear change in velocity. So the Nissan was doing a particular speed, and then due to that collision, increased in speed, and that is what event one showed.
Okay, so what speed was it doing prior to collision?
Prior to collision, we can see 5 seconds worth of recorded data. It all appears to be of good quality. There's no accelerator, virtually no steering input. We essentially call that straight ahead. The brake was on, and the speed was decreasing from 24 miles per hour down to 15. Very gradual deceleration.
Okay. So no hard braking by the Nissan?
No.
And the speed at the time of impact appears to be 15 miles an hour?
Yes,
It is,
it generally is synonymous with the time of impact. That is technically the time of event. The time of event is recorded based on internal parameters dealing with the change of velocity. And so with a change of velocity that records an event due to a collision, that time zero is basically that time of collision.
And looking at the acceleration that occurred after the impact of the Freightliner into the Nissan that was in the process of braking, what are we looking at here?
So this is the table of longitudinal change in velocity, as well as a graph of that. So visually, we can see through this graph that there is an increase in that speed of the vehicle from that time zero, which corresponds to that time of event, up to about 140 milliseconds, which speaking industry-wide is about that time for a collision to take place. That 140 milliseconds is right in line.
Okay. And what is the increase from 15 miles an hour after the impact?
Goes up to a maximum of 57.
57 miles an hour?
57 miles per hour is the change in velocity. So you take that speed at impact that it was already doing, and then the change that it experienced was 57 miles per hour in that positive direction, being accelerated. And so adding those two together is at least 72 miles per hour that the Nissan was going.
So the Nissan went from going 15 miles an hour at the time of impact to 72 miles an hour.
Correct.
In terms of what would be necessary in order to do that, or make that type of dramatic change, walk us through those events.
Well, in this case, it's actually fairly simple. I mean, this is basic physics that maybe we've all had in high school or college, or applying that then to vehicle dynamics. Conservation momentum. You have a vehicle, an object, striking another object. That momentum is conserved. The energy that is transferred goes from one to another. And so in order for the Nissan to get accelerated up to 72 miles per hour, the vehicle striking it would have been doing essentially that, if not more, due to various losses in the environment.
So a minimum speed could be determined both from the semi and this data here by the change in velocity of the Nissan.
Yes.
So the minimum speed in order for this vehicle to accelerate or be accelerated with the 57 miles per hour change, in addition to its existing speed, would be the minimum speed necessary for the semi to go make that happen.
That's correct. We might all know it as the equal and opposite reaction. I can't put a smaller input and get a larger output.
No, we're still trying. Okay, in terms of the actual collision that occurred here, that we saw, this would have been the first collision, this wouldn't have been this next collision with the bus.
Correct. It did store a second event, which appears to be in line with a collision to the front.
Okay, just don't tell me it's simple math, but what are we looking at here?
This is data from that second event. So a lot of the data here points to similarities with the previous event, showing that it was a part of essentially the same collision sequence. This wasn't another day, this wasn't a completely different time, this was a part of the same incident. However, now we see, and I can go to a different graph on this one, this is that same change in velocity as we saw from the first event, but this is now from the second event. It shows a negative change in velocity, which would be indicative of a collision to the front of the Nissan, slowing it down.
Okay, and what are we looking at in terms of the change in velocity?
So the change in velocity here is actually slow to build at first. It's still being driven from the rear by the Freightliner into the bus. And so it is decreasing in speed because now it has collided with the bus, which is slowing it down. But it's only slowing down slowly because the Freightliner is still driving from the rear.
In terms of the bus itself, we had previously discussed whether or not the bus was moving.
Yes.
And you believe that the bus was moving at the time from the data from the Garmin?
Yes.
And what speed do you believe, we covered that, do you believe that that speed is valid based upon the math that you're going to drop on me here now with the bus being moved?
Yes, this one, it shows the maximum change in velocity, longitudinal, front to rear, as 37 miles per hour. So that's 37 miles per hour slowing down for the Nissan. That Van Hool recorded somewhere between 25 miles per hour and 43 at the point of impact to the point of acceleration. And so, again, given losses, things that can't really be accounted for, you have the Nissan slowing down by 30 some mile an hour and the bus increasing by 20 to 30 miles per hour.
Okay, and that would be based upon the weight of the bus and the fact that it's a subsequent hit as opposed to a primary hit.
Correct.
Okay, so within a reasonable degree of certainty, within your field of expertise, are those numbers provided valid?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the Volvo, was the Volvo semi moved at all?
It was struck from the rear and I believe moved in an uncontrolled manner before the driver was able to bring it to a stop in a controlled manner.
Okay. In terms of looking back, can I steal that back from you? Thanks. I wanted to talk about State's Exhibit 25. Appears to be 25A, photograph of the Highlander that was there.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to do a calculation on the speed of the Highlander after impact?
I did not perform a calculation because at that point, so many vehicles involved in the interactions, it would be a wide range.
Okay. In terms of the damage to the Highlander that we're looking at here, there appears to be batteries on the ground as well.
Yes.
And then 26B, it looks like was multiple points of contact on this vehicle.
Yes, to the rear and the passenger side were the main areas of impact.
And 26C, passenger side. Looks
Yeah,
like there's also batteries underneath.
correct, yes.
26D, I want to draw your attention in 26E to the next photograph on the driver's front light, but that appears to be the front.
Yes.
And 26E, do we know what is on that headlight?
That's the plastic is melting from the heat of the fire.
Okay, so was that intense?
Yes.
And it looks like also there's some pallets on the side
Yes.
from the truck.
The pallets which held the batteries.
Okay. You were able to get a hold of the bill of lading for the batteries that were transported,
Yes.
and appeared to be, I believe the number was 24,663 pounds, give or take, in weight of the batteries.
Sounds about right.
I want to go back to State's Exhibit 1, that's your reconstruction report. And I'm looking at page 3 in this particular report of yours. What are we seeing on page 3?
This is the overall incident report and emergency response. This captures the first time stamp on communication about this incident up to sort of the close of new information, I would say.
So picture A would be Trooper Sawyer and Trooper Grimm's response further west.
Yes, at the previous crash scene.
B would be Trooper Grimm's body cam.
Yes, when
Arriving
he first
at the scene?
arrived, yes.
C would be what?
When he went over to the Toyota Highlander after being informed that there was still an occupant in the Highlander to pull him out.
And D?
D is when he entered the bus with a fire extinguisher in an attempt to push back and see if there was anybody else on the bus.
There were certain physical items collected from the Freightliner.
Yes,
Was one of them the steering box?
it was.
And what was the purpose of obtaining the steering box?
Steering gearbox, the manufacturer can take that, and because they designed it, they know all the parts that are inside. When they take it apart, might be able to deduce what orientation all the gears, the steering gearbox was in at the time of collision.
Okay. And was that able to be accomplished here?
It was.
And what was the result of that?
The manufacturer's conclusion was that it was in the straightforward orientation.
Okay. So, looking at the mechanical box, there's no evidence that there was any evasive turns or anything.
Correct.
Looking at page 12, why would you go through the weather?
Weather's an important factor. It's been identified in several of my cases where sun, or it could be rain, could be fog, could be ice, depending on the season, would be an attributable factor to the crash. And so in this case, wanted to make sure that there were no weather factors.
Were there any weather factors?
I do not believe so.
Okay. I want to show you page 14. What are we looking at here?
14 is an overall photo of the scene. This is a composite of images taken from the UAV imagery that I captured on scene.
Okay. So we see the Volvo on top in orange, the Van Hool, the combination of the Freightliner in green, and the Nissan in blue, and Toyota.
Yes.
And it looks like most of the Nissan, is most of the Nissan to the side of the Van Hool, or is it?
To the side of the Freightliner?
Yes.
That was, I would say the bulk of it was visible on the outside after the Freightliner had basically completely burned up.
The reason why I ask you that is we looked at State's Exhibit number 22, that was the student picture, first picture, and it looked like fire was coming from that side.
Yes.
I want to talk also about, it's page 14 of your report, and the areas that we were talking about. What constitutes the areas that you defined here for this collision?
I defined it based on what looked to be visually distinct type of evidence, where it would either begin, end, and also in conjunction with the movements that occurred throughout the collisions, either an impact or some other type of change.
So looking at area 1, that would be the initial.
Yes,
Impact
area
area.
1 is the initial between the Freightliner and the Nissan.
And you indicated that corresponds to the GPS locations.
Yeah, very closely.
And area 2 would be what?
That would be where the Nissan then struck the rear of the Van Hool.
And so area 3 would be what?
Area 3 is where the Nissan starts to get overturned, overridden by the Freightliner in a definitive way, where you can start to see the body panels from the Nissan scraping on the road, moving off to the right side, so no longer underneath the Freightliner fully, but starting to go off to the right side, and that would be the completion of 3.
In area 4?
4 is then where the Van Hool would have started to interact and move off the road prior to and around the point of impacting the Toyota and the Volvo.
Can you determine from what we've discussed so far whether or not the Nissan Murano was tailgating the Van Hool bus?
Tailgating is definitely subjective, but there's nothing in here that indicates what I think people might call tailgating.
Would that be the relative closeness of following? Doesn't appear that that's the case here.
Correct, and especially when slowing down, you naturally get closer to a vehicle when you're slowing down because you're going slower. As you increase your speed, you need to have more distance, so there's nothing that strikes me as abnormal.
And looking at B underneath it,
Yeah.
continuation of area 4 and then
Correct, so there's a little bit of overlap, just so you can get bearings on here. There's that large square piece in the middle of area 4 in figure A. And then in B, that same square piece is visible in almost the middle of that also on the right side of the photo. And so then there's a continuation into area 5 and 6. Area 5 being tire marks that show the post-collision impact of the Highlander after it struck the rear of the Volvo trailer. And then area 6 are a set of dual tire marks from the Volvo after it was impacted and pushed.
from this, are you able to tell whether or not the bus was tailgating the Volvo?
The bus tailgating the Volvo, there is a good distance in between where the bus was struck and where it would have struck the Volvo.
So if someone was to have suggested that there was some tailgating going on and panic braking, the objective evidence would lead to that conclusion.
Correct.
We're looking at page 19 here. You have highlighted in A and highlighted in B certain items. What did you highlight here, sir?
These are tire marks. In A are the tire marks that lead up to the Toyota Highlander at final rest from the right lane, which matches up that it was in the right lane when it impacted the Volvo trailer and then moved off and rotated to the left lane. And then in B, sets of dual tire marks that are curved in nature. They're at that point next to the Van Hool, but when looking at the sequence of events, match up to where the Volvo would have been when it was impacted heavily by the bus.
I want you to look at, we're looking at page 20, E. What is picture E showing us?
E is the Freightliner power unit at the tow yard. It is up on a trailer. They did not take it off at the tow yard. And this is a photo from the passenger side with most of the frame in view. I think a little bit of the tail end is cut off.
And the yellow line?
Yellow line is what I drew in to trace the frame rail of the Freightliner to show the curvature of that frame rail.
And would that curvature have been caused by the collision we're talking about?
Yes, the collisions would have severely caused that to be bent.
Looking at photographs, page 25. these photographs are, again, the Nissan.
Yes, the main components, the largest whole pieces that we could kind of assemble from the Nissan.
I'm going to show you page 26. What are we looking at on page 26?
This is a representation of the bus and its seating arrangement, the number of seats, the aisles, the rows, as well as the names of the individuals and where they would have been seated. This was compiled based off of the student interviews that were completed by NTSB, as well as the Office of Investigative Services from the State Highway Patrol, and trying to determine from recollection where they would have been.
And so the top of this is exhibited as Mr. Wagler, the driver that we heard from,
Yes, the front of the bus is the top.
and the bottom is the restroom.
Correct.
And that bottom area is principally where the collision landed on the bus.
Yes.
And the deceased are in the shade of red there.
Yes.
The actual pictures inside the bus, I think this is some of the pictures that Trooper Hensley had taken.
Yeah, that's, there could have been multiple people involved with these pictures. Some of these I know are from me with the UAV, such as D and E, those are at an elevated position. And then some of the others could have been the UAV or terrestrial handheld.
But they all truly and accurately depict
Yes,
how this appeared on this particular day.
they do.
And you did imaging of the bus?
Yeah, so taking the photographs from the UAV flights and processing those in Pix4D created a 3D point cloud, that's 3D imagery of the vehicle. And then this is actually the model that comes out of that, just to give it a smoother appearance.
Page 35 was the steering gearbox that we talked about.
Yes, the start of various pieces of evidence that reference pre-crash actions by the various vehicles, and the steering gearbox was one.
Okay. And this would be the steering gearbox out of the Freightliner.
Yes, and these are the actual photos taken at the manufacturer when they were disassembling the unit to look at it.
Looking at page 36, we had a lot of back and forth yesterday on the Freightliner electronic logging device. What do we have highlighted here?
Highlighted are the last two recorded points that were provided for the ELD, one at 8:46 and one at 8:48 a.m.
Okay, and the last recorded speed other than 0 is what?
The vehicle was stopped at that point, and based on the timestamp, this would have been post-collision.
Okay, and the last moving speed of the Freightliner would be what?
It's recorded as 74.7 miles per hour.
Okay. And there looks like there's a few other speeds that are logged here at various different time frames. There's some at the yard, or at this Lee Street, how about I say it that way, that are at 0.
Yes.
And it looks like there's two different, numerical addresses there. 1111 Lee Street, and the other one is 1117 Lee Street. Any significance in terms of looking at the odometer here as to those first or those bottom 4 loggings for Lee Street?
Yes, when I look at that, first off, that Lee Street address is where Mr. McDonald stated he parked his vehicle. As far as having two different values, obviously can't answer exactly for how J.J. Keller comes up with the address, but generally, I think we all understand from GPS devices, Google Maps, your location is not always pinned in an exact spot all the time. There's movement based on what the device is receiving and how it's calculating your location. And so those two addresses are essentially next to each other, right around the same area. It could be due to that, or it could be minor movement that didn't record a speed.
Okay. There's a low number, looks like 38.6 on the ramp,
Yes.
and the high number appears to be an I-70 at 825 at 75.2 miles per hour.
Yes.
It's kind of a silly question, but I think it came up. We don't average all the speeds that the defendant was doing to try to figure out his speed at the time of impact, do we?
No. My understanding is this is taking its data directly from the ECM, the odometer reading, the speed reading, the tachometer reading. It's just reading what the vehicle is putting out.
Okay, so at 38.6 miles an hour on the ramp, that would have absolutely nothing to do with what his speed would have been 74.7 miles later on at 846 on I-70.
Correct.
You wouldn't average them or anything else?
No, I would say generally in our industry, averaging, it needs to be understood when you're doing averaging because of what it can and cannot tell you. But averaging, especially the longer distance, the longer time, the average is going to mean nothing.
Okay. So the number that would matter here would be 74.7 miles an hour.
The one closer to impact, yes.
Okay. We already talked about the Nissan speed. I'll just move past this. I'm looking at page 40 at this point. It looks like there were Garmin coordinates. This would be from the bus.
Yes.
Okay. Would these line up to the time frames that the bus, or where the bus is at?
Yes, this is taking the GPS coordinates and the timestamp in that Garmin GPS device and plotting them on a map.
So if I was looking at image C, does that go back to, I believe, page 15, where you had drawn the different areas of the collision, area 1, area 2, area 3, 4, 5?
Yes, to the far left, the last 3 points there, 8, 47, 52, 42, and 33 are around that collision site.
So the Garmin device appears to mirror the information that was provided from your readout
Yes,
over the course of the trip.
yes.
Let's talk about everyone's favorite topic, traffic cameras. ODOT has traffic cameras.
Yes, they do.
Talk to me about the whys.
Well, and I don't work for ODOT, so I'm sure they could give exact reasons for exact locations, but in general, traffic cameras are there for understanding traffic conditions. When we have buildups in traffic, slowdowns, it can assist in dispatching personnel to the various areas where that congestion occurs, as well as, from our standpoint, evidence. And so if a crime were to occur on the roadway, a camera can be very beneficial in understanding what was happening for that crime. So cameras are put up for various reasons, and for ODOT on our public roadways, I would say in general it's for safety.
Looking at page 42, this camera seems to be located in Interstate 70 at State Route 37.
That's correct.
What are we seeing here, sir?
So the 4 images capture the vehicles involved. State Route 37 was the last camera, so all 6 vehicles are here. A shows the McKesson medical truck, which has the camera in it behind the Freightliner that we saw pre-impact. B shows the Van Hool bus behind the McKesson, as well as the Nissan. Well, the Nissan's out of view right here, but B shows the Nissan also trailing behind the Van Hool. C shows the Volvo tractor trailer, and then D shows Mid-State Systems truck in the right lane, as well as the Toyota Highlander in the left lane.
So at some point, it looks like the Highlander passed the Freightliner.
Yes, the position of the vehicles at State Route 37 was different than the position and the lineup at collision.
Okay. And what about location 3, Interstate 70 and State Route 79 East?
Yeah, State Route 79 is now further east of State Route 37, but this is a similar setup where going through, A shows the McKesson truck, B shows the Van Hool and the Nissan, C shows the Volvo, and then D shows Mid-State Systems. The Toyota actually got on Interstate 70 from State Route 79, and the on-ramp is west of this location, which is why there's no Toyota captured on this camera.
Just some call-outs on this. You have circled under A, a couple vehicles.
Yes, so this camera was the one that captured the Toyota Highlander entering the interstate. And it entered, on the ramp, it was just ahead of Mid-State, and then the Mid-State truck passed the Highlander as it moved to the left lane at this point. So the Highlander initially started out behind Mid-State Systems from State Route 79.
And B,
Yeah, B is the Highlander on the left and Mid-State Systems on the right.
okay. And C.
C is both of them circled as Mid-State passes the Highlander, nearing the end of the ramp.
Okay. In terms of speed calculations, were you able to do speed calculations based upon any of this camera information?
Yes, on those previous pages, there's the overall speed calcs
Okay.
for each of the vehicles and each of the cameras. So the State Route 37, on page 42 there down at the bottom, is a table of the low and high end based on the speed calculated from the camera.
And how would that be done, sir?
The basic premise is you need a distance and you need a time. The camera shows you visually where the vehicle is, so looking for reference points. That reference point, then you can measure a distance between those reference points where the vehicle traveled and measure the time that it took to pass those reference points, and you can get a calculated average speed between those reference points.
Okay. And the McKesson low speed was?
58,
The Nissans?
Nissan 63,
And high?
high 66 for the Nissan,
The Volvo?
Volvo 69 to 72,
The Freightliner or the Defendants?
72 to 75,
And the Toyota?
75 to 76,
And the McKesson was?
58 to 61.
Okay.
And the main point of calculating that speed is to understand what the vehicles were basically doing with respect to each other. The video was at a distance, the reference points were at a distance, so this was not intended to be something capturing the exact speed down to the decimal point, but rather to understand what was this vehicle doing. Was it going faster or slower? As well as when matching it up to the other evidence, say for the Van Hool, in the Garmin GPS, when we got a speed of the Van Hool at a particular point near State Route 37, if I calculate the speed of the Van Hool based on the video, do those match up? Do they match up well enough to say that what I'm seeing is an accurate representation? So that was the procedure here.
Mr. Murphy, why don't we take a quick recess?
Okay.
Be back in 15 minutes.
All rise. We're at recess.
I brought it inside. So. Yeah, that's true. No, I was just gonna throw it up again, actually. Clear as the.
There we are. You can do the card because I'm surrounded. We'll have a charger.
Yeah, I put an extension cord here.
Can you hear anything?
Oh, Joel just unplugged.
Yeah, Joel has, yeah.
If you're sitting with him,
Brian, do you want me to take the card out?
Yeah, I was listening and I was like, all of a sudden I couldn't hear it anymore. I thought it was that one.
Hold on a second.
Oh.
well, this is the first image that we're looking at. The next one that we have is 2. And then we have a total of 56 frames for 56 seconds of this.
Okay, so this is a full second worth, yes, okay.
Okay, so this is, the first second we have here is where the video starts. We have it in zoom mode so that the vehicle following the Freightliner appears to be closer. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. And this is the Dashcam video that was recovered from who, sir?
from the McKesson medical truck, they sent it to us voluntarily.
Frame 3, 4, 5, and that's, we're going up to the bridge here pretty soon. 7, 8, 9, 10. And just so we understand, assuming for the sake of argument that he is going 72 miles an hour, he's going over 100 feet for each one of these seconds. Would that be accurate?
Correct, about 105?
Okay. And obviously, the faster you go, the more feet per second you would go.
Yes.
He's now arriving, it looks like, at the bridge, and I'm at frame or second 25 from the start.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the 2020 Ford Transit 350 van?
Yes.
That would be the van that Mr. Mans, who was here yesterday, indicated he was driving.
Correct.
And so that appears to be moving over the zipper line in the center from the slow lane into the passing lane.
That's correct.
Let's see if I can undo this. And now I'm at frame 26. He seems to be all the way in.
Yes, it does look like that.
Frame 27. Still seeing where he's supposed to be at. He's in the fast lane at this point.
Yes, looks like you can see the full vehicle.
28, 29, 30, 31. We can see that the Freightliner is now, for multiple seconds, it's passed from under the bridge.
Yes.
32, 33, 34. So around 34 seconds, we see something change. We see the van Mr. Mans was in pulling over to the center turn. I need to stop writing on this. Let me clear it.
You can clear it out, yeah.
Perfect, thank you. But you can see that he's going into the center turn lane at this point.
Yes.
And you can see something happening with the defendant's vehicle at this point, 34 seconds,
Yeah, here it is definitely obvious.
and 35 seconds.
Yes.
And just so we understand, from 34 seconds to 35 seconds, assuming he's only doing 72 miles an hour at this time, he's traveled 105 feet.
Yes.
So for the 10 seconds that we have from frame 24 into 25 to frame 34 into 35, he's traveled at probably a little bit over 1,000 feet.
Yeah, 24 to 34, 10 seconds would be over 1,000.
Okay. And you measured the distance from the bridge to, I guess, impact zone or zone 1 on your graph as being about 800 feet.
Correct.
So what we're seeing here is about 800 feet from the bridge.
I saw a sign of first collision at about 33.
Okay, well, let's back up a
Very
little.
subtle, but
There's 32. And there's 33.
yes. So what I see is essentially it looks like a cloud kind of forming around.
Okay?
Well, a halo of sorts around the backside. It looks like the backside.
If you touch that
around.
screen, you can put a mark on it.
Oh, okay.
Circle it or something.
Yeah, so you can see around the Freightliner. It's a messy circle, but there's sort of a halo.
Okay. So that would be the point, or the area that you're saying would be zone 1.
Yes, since this is only 1 frame per second, there are additional frames, so it might even be a little bit before this, or it could be right at this point, but definitely from 32 to 33, there is that change.
And this distance from the bridge to that location is 800 feet.
So yes, the distance from that first impact to the bridge, about 800 feet.
Okay, so you think frame 33 is the final spot, and then moving backwards. It looks like at frame 25-ish, he's at the bridge.
Yeah, so 26, there's that shadow on his trailer. And the shadow, based on the angle of the sun, would be a little bit west of the bridge.
Or past the bridge, closer to,
Yeah, so frame 26, the trailer should be beyond the bridge by at least a little bit, but essentially 25 to 26 is that bridge point, yes.
okay. And 24 appears to be the first spot where the, you see Mr. Mann's vehicle moving?
Yeah, you can definitely see his vehicle in 25 and maybe or maybe not in 24, so that would be about the point.
And again, assuming that he's doing 72 and not faster, it would be 105 feet per second afterwards.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've already talked about the weather in terms of there's no ice on the road. It's not raining. There's really very little traffic in this area, at least at this point. The sun's to his back. He's at an elevated position. From your review of this, was there anything that would indicate that this collision occurred because of weather?
No.
Okay. So would you be able and feel comfortable objectively ruling out weather as a cause to what occurred here?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of visibility, what would be between at frame 25 here, this is 24, the next frame 25, what would be visually in front of the defendant to the Nissan Murano?
Mr. Mann's vehicle is directly in front, and then as it moves away, the next vehicle would be the Nissan Murano.
There would be no other obstruction at that point?
There was no evidence that suggested there was anything else, no.
Okay. Nobody cut in front of the defendant's Freightliner?
No.
Okay, there's nothing that, fell onto the roadway or anything like that?
Nothing was brought forth of that, no.
Nothing that would have obstructed the defendant's ability to see the vehicles in front of him, specifically the 2015 Nissan Murano?
Correct.
I'm looking at page 48. And apologize, I gotta switch over. What are we looking at on page 48 of the report?
This is something that I did to get a qualitative sort of look at the speed of the Freightliner with respect to the McKesson truck.
Okay.
So, as we were seeing, frame to frame, the Freightliner was always in front of the McKesson truck. But what I had started to notice was that it looked like it was getting smaller, just visually. And so what I did was, at 3 different frame points, the first frame on the video, one sort of in between, and then one definitely at the point of impact that was pretty evident to see. Drew a box around the rear of the trailer of the Freightliner to see if there was any sort of visual size difference. And so this is the composite of those rectangles drawn on the rear of the Freightliner. And so it shows that at the start of the video, it was a certain size, and then as the video progressed and the Freightliner moved down the road and McKesson moved down the road, the Freightliner appeared smaller. So if it appears smaller, it is moving away from that vehicle with the video and would be higher speed than the recording vehicle.
Okay. Were you able to make a determination of the speed of McKesson?
Yes.
And walk us through that.
So based on the video that it had, this is the same thing as like the ODOT video where you need a distance and you need a time. The distance in this case would be the dash lines on the left side of that right lane and the spaces between those dash lines. There is a federal standard, and Ohio follows that federal standard on the length of those dashes and the spaces. And so taking those distances and using the time that was measured in between those distances, was able to calculate a speed at various times throughout that video.
And what was your speed calculation, sir?
It was a consistent 65 miles per hour up until the point where the McKesson truck started to slow down, which was post-impact of the Freightliner into the other vehicles.
Before we discuss cell phone records and information, were you able to determine the speed of the defendant at this point in time?
Not from that video, no. The McKesson truck video was not of a quality nature where I could determine the speed.
Okay. Were you able to determine the speed of the defendant's Freightliner at some point?
Yes, based off of the impact with the Nissan and that event data recorder report from the Nissan, it was calculated to be at least 72 miles per hour.
Okay, when you say at least, what would be at most?
I think it's reasonable to be another mile per hour or two above that. A semi is a lot larger than the Nissan, therefore the decrease in speed from the collision will be a lot less than other vehicles in collisions. And so at least 72 miles per hour based on the change of velocity the Nissan experienced, and any little differences like friction on the roadway, the loss in the collision due to the vehicle dynamics, could have been another mile per hour or two above potentially.
Would you rule out the ELD speed of 74.7 miles an hour recorded by the Freightliner's vehicle?
No, I would not rule that out. That 74.7 was recorded as 846. Given that that time matches up with the other times, that is a minute or less to the collision, and so it could have been an accurate speed.
In terms of the grade of the roadway at this location, are we going uphill? Are we going downhill, or are we at a flat level grade?
This is essentially flat. Minor differences, I believe, at the point of collision might have been the slightest negative, but I'm talking really small. But from the bridge up to that point, or just prior to the bridge, it was actually a little bit up. So essentially flat with, if you wanted to get down to the nitty gritty, it might have been a slightly point something something negative, point something something positive.
Did you see any evidence pre-impact of the defendant trying to brake his vehicle?
No, and in the photos that we previously saw, that harsh line went as far back as I could, all the way back to really look for any sign of evidence, not just right there at the impact. I saw no tire marks that lined up with the impact tire marks to indicate any braking.
So basically we have almost full speed impact into the Nissan Murano without avoidance.
Yes.
Let's talk about cell phone records for a second. we have, and I believe it's by agreement, the cell phone records in this particular case as an exhibit, and the exhibit 14 in this particular case in front of you in the book. But before you go to the book, I want to talk to you about your report, because I think your report covers that area. In this particular case, there are other logs that were filled out by the defendant as to his drive time, his sleep time, his on-duty time. Is that pretty standard for a truck driver who's traveling the route that the defendant was traveling?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of cell phones, in there we had a couple conversations about it yesterday. But are you familiar with the concept of a forensic baseline for cell phone activity?
Yes.
And if you could put that into English for us as to what that means to you.
If you're not using your phone, it's not going to be functioning, whether it's phone calls, text messages, or data. And then when you're using your phone, when it is in use, then there will be activity associated with that that would be different from when it's not in use.
Okay. Could that be a differentiation between bytes up and bytes down as well?
Yes.
There was some concept that was brought off that these things shut themselves on and off. Are you familiar with what that concept is?
No.
Okay. In terms of the records here that were obtained from AT&T, were you able to look at those?
Yes.
And did anything catch your attention?
What caught my attention is they were the records from the day of. So from midnight to 9 a.m. is when the records were pulled. And so the totality of the records had phone calls, text messages, and data. Phone calls and text messages were not recorded prior to the crash, only after the crash. And so those were not looked into any further. The data portion shows data from that midnight timestamp all the way until the time requested, 9 a.m. It actually stopped short of 9 a.m. And so this table that I put in the report is the totality of the data records provided by AT&T, just in a format that includes, I would say, a more visual, appealing look and more concise.
Did you change it from unified time to Eastern time?
That was one thing I did, yes.
Okay. So in terms of the overnight at rest time, what kind of data is going to the defendant's phone?
Very small amounts of data, and as defined by AT&T, on a, what do you call a baseline, a lesser infrastructure network. So there are two different ways that they record data, and one is, as you'll see in blue, that's kind of just a normal network. That's how you get phone calls, text messages, basic functions. And then the red is their what they call enhanced phone, and that would be when you're utilizing, say, the LTE network. It's something that is more advanced, and that is how they define these two sort of data categories.
So it looks like, and again, I'm looking at time frames up toward the top here, that there's a bunch of zeros in red, and there's some. Well, let's go to the top. You have, it looks like your first Eastern time to be at looks like 12:24 a.m.
Yes.
And there is 0 data up, 0 data down, 0 total data bytes, and 0 megabytes of data.
Yes, for the red being the enhanced phone connection.
Okay. So this looks like there's absolutely nothing happening at all with the phone.
Well, from the enhanced phone, the basic function in blue shows a very tiny amount.
Okay. And when you say tiny amount, Looks like data up is, 6,308 bytes,
Yes,
and it looks like data down is 3,132 bytes.
yes. Total of 9,000 bytes, which is 0.01 megabytes.
So that's like a nothing burger.
That is small, and it makes sense for that type of connection because that is not in the enhanced connection that is required for larger data throughput.
Okay. But if I'm going down and I'm looking here and I'm looking at megabytes here, it looks like it's pretty much 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, all the way to about 7:33 a.m. Would that be about accurate?
Yes, ending at 7:45.
I was looking, actually, I was gonna stop at 7:33 here. And the reason I was gonna stop at 7:33 is that it looks like there's a change. Yeah, 7:33:45?
Yeah, that first 7:41 in red just below that.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking is that this is time that he presumptively, according to his logs, would be sleeping or doing something other.
Yeah, his statement and the logs both put him not working at that point.
Okay. And then we get to 7:41, and it looks like there's change. And you said red is what?
Red is what AT&T calls enhanced phone. And so the two different categories, they have sort of your base architecture, as they call it, and that is just what every phone would have, the ability to do those basic functions of a cell phone. And then the enhanced phone would be for, I would say it could be anything like smartphone, anything that would require that larger data throughput. So that's something they developed, and it's just two different ways of tracking the types of data.
Okay. And just so that I understand here, it looks like we went from pretty much 0, 0, 0 total data megabytes to, there's occasionally 0.01 megabytes to a first appreciable amount of 1.55 megabytes. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And that's at 7:41 and 14 seconds a.m.
Yes.
And there's a difference between bytes up and bytes down. Bytes up appear to be, well, you can read the numbers, 3,99921, and bytes down 122,8670 were the total bytes. So there's appreciable data starting at 7:41:14 going to this phone.
Yes, the phone is interacting with the network in a way that was not previously doing.
Okay. And so we understand this is a Samsung S22 phone.
Yes.
And so we understand this phone burned up in the cab,
Yes.
so it was not recovered.
Correct.
And so we understand the best evidence of the phone use actually would be had his phone not burned up in the cab.
Correct. That would obviously be ideal. We can have forensic individuals look at the phone. They can use specialized software, hardware, to download, extract, look at what was actually being used at the time potentially. And in this case, without a phone, that was not possible.
The best evidence isn't available at that point.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at the first event, we're removing from pretty much 0 total megabytes to 1.55 megabytes at 7:41 and 14 seconds. That would be at 7:41 a.m. in the morning.
Yes.
And Mr. McDonald would be at work at that time?
This is based on his statement in the logs. This is about the point where he is going to, getting in the truck, starting it up, somewhere around that point.
Okay. And that's according to his logs?
Yes.
Okay. And at 7:44, the next, in 37 seconds, that increases to 2.8 megabytes of data that's total being used by his Samsung S22 phone.
Yes, more data, the time frames are also different. But the amount of data coming through goes up, goes down, the actual throughput can change.
But the bytes up and bytes down are different amounts.
Yes.
Okay. And at 7:45:11, we're back to 0.1 in terms of, blue conventional call.
Yeah, so these, the blue and the red actually overlap because they are two different categories.
Okay.
It's not sequential. The blue and the red will overlap throughout most of this.
Okay. So it doesn't appear like there's much activity at 7:45 and 11 seconds in the morning.
Not from that blue connection, but that 745 overlaps that red.
Okay.
So the red actually goes from 744 to 804
Oh.
at 2 megabytes. And so there is red activity overlapping on top of that blue activity. So the blue activity, again, is that sort of baseline or the lower technology of the AT&T network, and then the red is an elevated technology.
Okay. And at 8:16 in AM, 31 seconds in blue, and 8:20 AM in red at 26 seconds, that overlaps, and I'm specifically now looking at the middle column. That overlaps here. Apologies, lost my spot. Right here. What we seem to have at this point is 53.87 data megabytes.
Yes, 53.87 for the red connection.
And 0.01 for the conventional phone blue,
Yes.
okay? Is that significant, sir?
It is an increase from the previous. On top of having a larger amount of data, it is also a larger amount of throughput of data per second per minute.
When you say throughput, what do you mean?
So the data there, the 53, is a total amount of data over that time frame. The throughput then is per second or per minute, which is how you can start to understand what was in use potentially, or how it was being used. Was it a small amount of data coming through per second? Was it a large amount coming through per second? And that is on the far right column. That average data use is increasing from the previous.
Okay, and then we go down to the next significant marker, so we don't lose my place. Okay. We're now down to 8:29 in the morning, and it looks like we have 103.30 megabytes of red download data and about 0 megabytes worth of blue regular data.
Yes.
So that's pretty much twofold increase from just a few minutes earlier.
Yeah, just a little bit over, a little bit more data, a little bit less time, and so the amount coming through per second increased from that last one.
Okay? And at 8:37, it looks like we have 38.61 megabytes of data. And at 8:38, it looks like we have 39.56 megabytes of data.
Yes. And actually that 38.6 at 8:37 is over a lot shorter time frame, and so the throughput is a lot higher than the previous.
So right around the time of the collision in this particular case, this phone seems to be receiving data,
Yes,
and not at the bytes level, but at the megabytes level.
correct.
Was there a comparison to what high definition video looks like data-wise over an average of time that we're talking about here?
Yes, AT&T's own website references for their customers for understanding how they're going to be using their phone and their data plans. That about 40 megabytes per minute or so would be for high definition video, and that equates fairly well to the 837 timestamp of the 38.61 megabytes in just over a minute. That is also about that 40 megabytes per minute.
Okay, so his phone records are consistent with him actively being or watching a video on his phone in terms of the data that's being received.
Yeah, when using the recommendation or the call out from AT&T, it does match up.
And just so I'm following along here, in terms of other distractions that you investigated in your report, were there any other distractions that you found from your investigation, or something that would have prevented the defendant from looking at traffic out the window of his vehicle in this particular case?
No,
No obstructions,
not that I saw, no.
no intervening cars or any other intervening activities of any third parties?
No.
And, sir, would the cell phone be considered one of those potential problems or distractions for use in a vehicle if someone is watching a video?
It definitely would, yes.
You know, one of the individuals that was in the 2015 Mercury Murano was an algebra teacher. You were talking about some pretty advanced mathematics, but I'm pretty sure algebra is about finding x. Would you agree with that?
That is my recollection of algebra, yes.
In this particular case, from the information that you have and that you recover here, would a valid finding for X be that he was using his cell phone and not looking at the roadway as he was required to do?
Yes, it does explain what we see.
Sir, based upon your education, training, and experience, is the testimony that you provided here valid and appropriate within your terms and your training as a reconstructionist?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Why don't we take a lunch break? Come back, it's about 10 till 12, say shoot for 1 o'clock, you ready to resume? All right, thank you.
All rise. There's no recess.
environment, correct?
Correct.
So, you're basing your opinion solely on the AT&T billing records, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that AT&T, on the very records that you examined, disclaims, in fact, let me jump up here to the record. There's a button down here.
It's the one to the, would be to your left.
Yeah, it says projector. Okay, projector to push. These records look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And these are, I believe in your report, it's page 19, page 54 in your report, which would be figure 60, is when your analysis of these data records, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that, so this is the con time, which you also have listed, I believe, in your analysis in that figure, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we're dealing with the same records.
Yes.
Okay, and that's how you derived your chart, which is figure 60, correct?
Yes.
Okay, down the bottom I've highlighted it for you. AT&T disclaims that they show only data usage, correct?
Yes.
That records do not necessarily indicate that the customer initiated the transaction. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with the Audible app?
Audible for books?
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard of it.
Okay. If you have an Audible app on your phone and you're going to listen to a book, what's the transfer rate up and down in bytes? Is that connected to the server?
No, I do not know what the transfer rate is.
Okay. You know what Facebook is?
Yes.
Okay, it's a pretty big app. We can agree on that.
Yes.
I think Meta owns what, Instagram, Messenger, and Facebook itself.
Pretty big.
Yeah. But the Facebook app itself it has videos in it. Have you seen that?
Videos,
Very
yes.
similar to Instagram.
Correct, yep.
It has a marketplace, which you can buy about anything on.
Yes.
And then you have Facebook itself, which friends and family with pictures and videos. It's
Yes.
a pretty big app.
Yes.
What's the transfer rate in bytes when Facebook updates itself to and from the carrier?
I do not know.
Okay. What if an individual is listening to, say, iTunes? I like to do that myself. And you have a song playing via your phone. What's the bytes up and down while that's happening?
I do not know.
Okay. So in any of those three, if they were connecting back to AT&T's carrier to have a session, that doesn't indicate that the user's doing anything, correct?
It could be playing in the background without touching the phone, correct?
Right. Or apps could be updating in the background without the user touching it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Are you aware whether or not AT&T uses a geographical flow pattern for updating apps on its various persons on its carrier?
I do not know.
Let me give you an example and see if this makes any sense to you. Say AT&T has 20,000 users in Lincoln County and 40,000 users in Muskingum County, and they need to update their apps. Would AT&T funnel those so that they're all bombarding the network at once?
I mean, I don't know, but it doesn't sound like it would make sense.
Okay. So you have no really any carrier side experience, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you opined earlier that the data transfer that AT&T tells their consumers, now that was a consumer guidance, correct?
Yes.
That was 41.7, not 40, isn't that accurate?
Yeah, I said approximately 40.
41.17 is what you put in the report, you agree with that, right?
I'd have to look back at that number.
Okay. Would you like to take a moment to do that?
Yes.
Look forward.
And the number you said again?
41.7.
41.7? I do not see that number written down in my report.
Okay. So if we're at 38 megabytes and AT&T is advising their consumers that somewhere around 40-ish is streaming, then are you stating that since he was at 38, he can't be streaming? Is that what you're stating here today?
No.
But you don't know, right?
Correct.
Okay. What's the difference in streaming rate between YouTube and Rumble?
I do not know.
How about Netflix?
I do not know.
So it's safe to say that you have literally no idea what that data means that we're looking at. Is that accurate?
Well, we do not know from the download what app was being used, correct?
So you cannot opine to whether or not Mr. McDonald was interacting with that phone. Isn't that true?
Well, my opining was not on interaction per se, but just data throughput to the phone.
I believe at the end of your testimony, the prosecution asked you if it was your opinion that there was phone interaction.
Well, the phone was receiving data and transmitting data. It was connected to the network.
So you weren't implying by interaction that Mr. McDonald was necessarily holding the phone?
Correct, yeah. I'm not opining that in this section, no.
Okay. I'm curious, did you, just out of general curiosity, did you pick up on the pattern when you were looking at the data?
I would have to ask what pattern you're referencing.
Did you see the 50 and the 9-minute patterns?
I can't say that I looked at a particular pattern now.
This is a summary without your blue. This is only the data coming through, and I've transferred the time too, but there was a pattern. Remember, earlier you had testified that these data entries early on, from midnight to about 7:33 a.m. were small amounts of data. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And did you notice that there's a 9 and 50-minute interval in between each and every one of those data points?
No, I did not specifically look at that.
Okay. Does that tell you anything?
It does not tell me anything, no.
What if I told you the data points, that interval, the 50 and the 9, broke at 7:33 a.m.?
Based on what you have on your sheet, I see that.
Okay. And you said he returned to his truck at 7:49 a.m., correct?
I didn't give a specific time, but that is in general based on the ELD as well as his statement about the time he would have been at the truck.
Okay. We have two data endpoints that are roughly before that, correct? The one for 1,000 megabytes went up and came down?
Yes, those large
Sorry.
increases from the previous 50 and 9-minute intervals.
Okay. And at that point, he's not in his truck, correct?
Well, I don't know where he is exactly, but that's about the time with the ELD kicking on and him stating that he would have been going to his truck, getting ready for work.
And in your report, I think you called out that he did his I forget the terminology, the checklist that he looked around the truck before.
Pre-trip inspection,
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think you noted that in his report, correct?
he stated that he did one, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that he didn't?
I had no other evidence showing yes or no on that.
Okay. So these data jumps then would have been roughly during that time, correct?
It could have been.
And those are quite similar to the last one, aren't they?
As far as the size that you have there, yes, those numbers are similar.
Okay. So all we really know is that the phone came to life when he woke up, right? Unlocked, probably. We can agree with that, right?
I think that's usually what people do, yes.
And then the phone begins to have sessions with the carrier. We can agree on that, right?
Yes,
Okay. There's data coming and going
yes,
at different intervals,
correct.
and we have no idea what that is.
Correct, what's causing that data, correct.
Let's talk about the, specifically we were talking about the bus earlier, the EDR report. And you recall testifying about the braking events on the bus, the previous braking events.
Yes,
And I'm pretty sure I wrote down your exhibit number on that. I think it was 19. What's that, please? On that, you had testified that there were 2 prior log braking events, correct?
yes,
Okay. And both of those, the speed at which the brakes were applied was about 60 miles an hour.
that was the top speed roundabout for both, yes.
And both of those went down from 60, well, the first one went down to 15 miles an hour, you recall that?
One, I believe, was around 40, and then the other one was lower.
Right. 60 miles an hour. Well, the second one went to 40, then to 20, correct? Went to 40 in 3 seconds?
I would have to look back at those numbers.
Okay. Why don't you do that? It's in your report.
They are not in here, I don't have the figures.
You don't have the figures in your report?
No, I did not put those in.
Okay.
No.
Well, we can agree that they began at 60 miles an hour, right?
I do remember that, yes.
Okay. So let's look at the van pools. At the page over, and I'll open it. So this was the diagram that we were looking at earlier, and this was the Van Hool's Garmin data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about Garmin real quick. Let me digress a moment for it. Garmin data isn't exact, is it?
It is GPS, it's positional based.
Right. So it has to go to a satellite and then come back down, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's oftentimes when you'll see a vehicle stopped and it'll still show like 5 miles an hour and things. There's a lag, correct?
Could.
And so an accurate speed is from an ECM. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
And that's based off tire speed?
Yeah, that's actually based on the vehicle itself, from the engine, the tires, correct?
Okay. And what we're dealing with here is the Garmin data.
Yes.
Okay. So the speed at which we're dealing with here is 46 miles an hour, correct? Before the decrease?
Yeah, 71 above that to 46 to 25 is what's recorded.
Well, the difference between the 71 miles an hour and the 46 miles an hour is roughly 27 seconds. Somewhere in there,
maybe 9 seconds,
30.
19, yeah.
Yeah, 9 seconds, excuse me, bad math. So he's slowing down from 71 to 46, right?
Yes,
And then we have a 5-second interval in here where we go from 46 to 25.
yes.
So he's slowing down pretty quick there.
I'd have to look at that number. I mean, it's 20 over 5 and 30 almost over 9. I mean, the numbers may pan out to be the same, or one might be larger than the other, but
He's
I'd have to look
braking,
at that.
correct?
Oh yeah, he's braking and slowing down.
Okay. And we can agree then that the braking in between 46 and 25, the time is shorter, right?
Yes,
Okay. So that's not the same as the other two events where you looked at the 60-mile-an-hour braking events, or below that. We're not at 60 miles an hour.
correct.
And you said earlier that you don't know the parameters of that EDR and how it logs braking events, correct?
Correct. It's a deceleration of speed over a certain time frame. That would be the, I guess you'd say the unit value, and then what the number is. Is it 7 miles per hour per second, 9 per second? That would be variable depending on how it's set up.
Okay. So, not knowing the parameters, could the parameter have been set at a higher speed?
Yes, it could have been.
Okay. So, the fact that we don't have the braking log like we do from the two previous ones doesn't mean that there wasn't braking, right?
Oh, correct.
Okay. You looked at the ODOT videos as well, correct?
Yes.
And earlier, I believe that you were testifying to frame rates of these various ODOT videos, one on State Route 79 and one on State Route 36, right? Or
37, yes.
Sorry, I have my times in here, so. And this is the ODOT video that's taken at State Route 37?
Yes.
That's the McKesson truck, correct?
Yes.
That's the Van Hool bus, followed by the Nissan.
Yes.
That's Jacob McDonald, correct?
That is the Volvo.
The Volvo, excuse me, I meant the Volvo.
Yes.
There's Jacob McDonald, correct?
Yes. Mid-state systems as well as the Toyota Highlander
Okay. And he'd already gotten on the on-ramp.
from State Route 79.
Okay. And Jacob's in the right-hand lane, correct?
Yes.
Highlander's passing him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is the video at State Route 79.
Yes.
dial in there. And this video would have been the pictures that we were looking at, the frame shots earlier, correct?
Yes.
That are in your report?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this video, it's gonna depict that Jacob McDonald is driving in the right-hand lane,
Yes.
the bus is in the right-hand lane.
Yes.
Okay.
That was Mr. McDonald just passed.
That just passed. So, in looking at these videos, he's in the right-hand lane as any reasonable person should be, correct?
Yes.
None of these videos bring any alarm to you as you're viewing this, right? That he's driving unreasonable, correct?
The only thing I did from this, I did look at observations on possible lane departures. I did not make any note of those. And then speed calculations to at least get a basis of how the vehicles were different from each other, the speed at which they were driving.
Okay. So, this is the Freightliner video from behind, correct?
Yes, the McKesson video showing a Freightliner up ahead.
Okay. Now, I will note that I'm using a program called WonderShare instead of the typical Microsoft Media thing. And the only reason is I can blow this up a smidge, and I can control the frame rate a little bit better. Okay?
Okay.
Now, we see, we see right about here, which would have been, I believe that you testified earlier, when he passes the bridge, we see the shadow on the back of the semi-truck. That was frame 25 that you testified to earlier.
Correct.
Okay. Actually, didn't pull in 200%. Okay. So, well, since we did these in frames of 32, under 1 second, then we agreed, or you agreed earlier, that somewhere around frame 32 was about the point of impact, correct?
It was 32, I did not see a change, and 33 I did, I believe is what I said.
Well, there was a plume in frame 33,
Yes, correct.
and I think your testimony earlier was that somewhere, since there were 1 second frames, somewhere around 32 or 33 could have been the point of impact. Do you agree with that?
I do, yes.
Okay. So, since I'm at 32 here on the counter, then we're likely somewhere around there. You agree with that?
I do.
Okay. So we can agree that impact has happened, correct?
Yes.
We're somewhere around 34 miles, frame 34, we're at 34 seconds in the video. We've got to be
Yes.
close to that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, at the point of impact, from 31, I want to go back here to, oops, your counter. The white van, that van is driven by Eugene Mans, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he's driving next to Jacob McDonald, correct?
He was in front of, and then when he went to the left lane, was then passed by Jacob McDonald, correct?
You use the word passed. Jacob McDonald moves up next to him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He didn't drive past him, did he?
I'm not saying that, no. Yeah, drove up next to him.
You were here yesterday, weren't you?
Yes.
Did you hear when I asked Eugene, you were flowing next to Jacob McDonald? Did you hear that testimony?
I don't recall the question or the answer, no.
I asked him twice. It was when he was describing hearing the boom. You recall him describing that?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't recall his testimony that he was flowing next to Jacob McDonald?
I just don't remember those words, him saying that, so
Okay.
I don't recall what he said.
Let me ask you another question. Do you see anybody's brake lights in this video? Are they ever evident?
Not pre-impact, no.
Okay. Can you see them on the white van?
No, I could not see it from this distance.
Okay. So, right there's frame 34. Jacob McDonald, we can agree, has made impact with the Nissan Murano, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, now Eugene is taking evasive maneuvers, correct?
Yes.
Only at this point, correct?
Yes.
So he would have, if you, according to his testimony, heard the boom to his right, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been back at frame 33 or 32.
I agree with that, yes.
Okay. So he testified he heard that boom and he looked out the window, correct?
Yes.
So up to this point, up until this boom, he hasn't hit his brakes, locked his brakes, done any evasive maneuvers until frame 34, correct?
Well, I don't see if he's hit his brakes or not. I don't see the brake lights.
Okay. So he's flowing with Jacob McDonald?
Well, I see that he's driving. I don't know where he is perfectly with respect to Jacob McDonald at this point.
Okay. Now, you don't have any speed calculation for that Toyota Highlander, do you?
No, I did not do anything additional to that.
You had a picture of the Toyota Highlander. I think it was page 19 of your report. You showed the movement of the Highlander,
Yes.
and that was via the skid marks on the pavement.
Yeah, the tie marks from the right lane to the left lane, yes.
In your estimation, how far do you think that slid?
I did not take that measurement.
Can we guess about a car length?
Well, the picture might show sort of the distance based on the marks out there, but a car length or two, I wouldn't be able to posit on that.
The damage done to the Highlander was in the middle and off to the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
And that was consistent with the bus steering to the right, correct?
Yes.
So if we have the bus with a braking event, which is evident in its Garmin data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we have the bus that has a braking event, now you're not testifying today that the Murano can see around that bus, are you?
No.
And you're not testifying, I know this was stated yesterday, but you're not testifying that the semi can see past the bus, are you?
The Freightliner?
Yeah.
Correct. I'm not saying anything like that.
Do you know how tall the bus is?
Not offhand.
If I said 11 foot 6 inches, would that sound about right?
It sounds reasonable.
And the average, well, I know you probably know the answer to this, the average driver height in the semi, about 7.5 to 8 feet.
It's definitely taller than me, yes.
No, I'm talking about when they're sitting in the cab.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, that's about right?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got 2.5 feet more, the bus is 2.5 feet taller than the semi?
Yes.
Okay. So it's highly unlikely that Jacob McDonald could see in front of that bus either, correct?
Yeah, I definitely am not opining on what he may or may not have seen beyond the bus.
Okay. So is it plausible that if the Toyota Highlander applied his brakes aggressively, we don't know, let's say, but it's plausible that he did, that the bus driver was caused to apply his brakes aggressively? Can we agree with that?
If somebody ahead of you hits their brakes hard, then it's possible that the person behind would hit their brakes hard, yes.
I'm not talking about people in general, I'm talking about the Toyota Highlander and the bus.
What I see from the data, though, is that the Highlander was already slow rolling for a matter of 5 seconds or so.
About 5 seconds beforehand.
Yes.
Is it plausible that the bus driver was distracted driving?
Well, what we see from the data is the amount that he slows down based on the Garmin over the time frame, and then the distance between them when they struck.
Is it plausible that he saw brake lights from traffic in front of him and began to slow? Is that plausible?
Yes.
Is it plausible that he was distracted by something and looked up and saw that the Toyota Highlander was actually almost stopped and applied his brakes and turned hard to the right?
The only thing I would say to that is the Nissan, we have data, and it was fairly close to the bus at the point of impact, and as it's slowing down, it was also gradual. So the vehicle in front of the van hool was gradual, the vehicle behind the van hool was gradual. The data from the Garmin GPS, though I did not look at second-by-second play of the deceleration, can't have in between decelerating at such a different rate when they're that close.
We'll get to the deceleration in a minute. Is it plausible that the bus driver was distracted driving and the Highlander was slow rolling in front of him and looked up, noticed it, and began to brake?
Well, that's not what the evidence shows, though.
Isaac? That's not what the evidence shows. So we know from the individuals who were on the bus that there was a hard braking event, correct?
50% of people who were interviewed said that they thought it was hard. The other 50% said normal or not hard.
Okay. So we have 25 plus people that said there was a hard braking event, correct?
I think it was 19 and 18 of those interviewed.
Okay. So what would give us some concrete evidence as to who to believe on that? Could it be the individual that's engrossed in his master's program? His thought process is in that master's program, and there's an event that occurs that caused him to look up for it. Does that lend some credibility to the fact that there was a braking event? Can you agree with that?
No, I actually looked at all the students and what they said, and some gave more information than others. But I looked at what they said they were doing. Some were seated sideways, some were forward, some said they were sleeping, some were just talking normal, and I could not find any regularity with that. It wasn't as though the people who were engrossed were the ones caught off guard. Some of those who were engrossed thought it was normal braking.
Okay. I didn't say the other people. I said the individual that was studying his master's program.
Correct, yes.
Okay, that's who I'm specifically talking about. We can agree if somebody's studying for their master's or in their material, he's looking at his computer screen. You heard him testify, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you heard him testify that there was an event that caused him to look up, correct?
yes.
And I asked him if it was aggressive braking. He said yes, correct?
I forget his word, but
Kim Charlton, she testified, well, told truth for keeping, and then testified that it was aggressive braking. She used those words. You heard her testify to that.
I forget her words, but
Well, how about when I quoted her saying, like, I have to stop now. It's a pretty unique phrase. You remember that, don't you?
it does sound familiar.
Okay. So, with multiple people reporting a braking event, it is plausible that the bus driver applied his brakes, correct?
Well, we know the bus driver applied his brakes, yes.
Okay. So he applied his brakes and steered to the right.
After impact, yes.
The testimony from the witnesses that you've heard today that's in evidence said he applied his brakes within mere seconds impact. You heard that, correct?
I don't recall the mere seconds.
Two of them said it.
Yeah, again, the witness statements were kind of across the board on time
I
frames.
didn't ask you about witness statements. I heard the two that testified in here today, or yesterday, excuse me.
The two who testified were part of the witness statements that I reviewed for my report.
Yeah, that's great. You heard their testimony yesterday, and both Tripp and Kimberly said mere seconds did impact. Correct?
If that's what they said.
Okay. So if you have a scenario where the bus hits his brakes and steers to the right to avoid the Toyota Highlander right in front of him, the Murano behind can't see what's in front of him. We've already agreed to that, right?
Correct?
So the Murano would have to apply his brakes, correct?
I would think so.
We know that it did, right?
Yes.
And then we have Jacob McDonald not being able to see through the bus, now has to react to Murano applying his brakes, correct?
Would have to, yeah.
Okay. Now, the white van in that very moment is still flowing with Jacob McDonald, isn't it?
We're still in the left lane, yes.
Still traveling with Jacob McDonald, correct?
Again, my perspective from the video, I don't see where he is in relation to the side of the Freightliner.
He's right next to the Freightliner. You can agree with that, right?
Well, it's a distance away. Was it next to the cab or next to the rear of the trailer? I don't know.
You heard him testify, he looked out the right window and saw the semi climb up on the bus, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. What caused the semi to climb up?
The speed at which it impacted the Murano and then went on top of the Murano and impacted the back of the bus.
It was the semi climbing on top of the Murano that caused it to climb up, correct?
Yes.
He looked out his right window, correct?
Okay, yes.
He has to still be right next to the semi.
Oh, yes.
So, the main point here is that when Jacob McDonald impacts that Murano, that white van is still driving normally. He has not taken an evasive maneuver yet. You agreed?
Well, yes, he said he went to the left lane because it was more clear, and so he didn't have the vehicles in front of him that would require him to slow down any further.
Okay. So is it plausible that earlier when he moved out of the lane, the Murano had slowed down? Is that plausible and that's what caused him to move over?
Well, his statement, I believe, was that the traffic up ahead in his lane was slowing, brake lights. He talked to his aide and wanted to go over to the left lane because it was more free-flowing over there.
Which would be the Murano, correct?
The Murano was slowing?
You said traffic
Lights.
in front of him.
Correct, yes. The Murano
That
was
would
in
be
front of him.
Murano, correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's watch the video.
Okay.
So there he is getting out of the right lane into the left lane, correct?
Yes.
No erratic driving there. You wouldn't say that, would you?
No.
Okay. The two are relatively side by side. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, I believe it looks like the Freightliner comes up pretty quick on it, so
That's right at what?
33 seconds?
And we agreed earlier, somewhere between frame 32 and 33 that impact's happening, correct?
Yes.
That white van has not taken evasive maneuvers yet, has it?
Correct.
And he testified, I heard a boom, looked out my right window, correct?
Yes.
So far, he's driving like a normal person,
Mr. Eugene Manns?
correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's plausible then, since he's driving like a reasonable person, that Jacob was driving like a reasonable person next to him, correct?
I guess I wouldn't characterize it as that. Mr. Mann says that he was slowing down the right lane, moved to the left because it was more free-flowing, and then I see Mr. McDonald's vehicle come up quickly on the right side and then strike the vehicles ahead of him. Reasonable and the same, I think they're two different types of driving that are occurring.
They're both traveling at relatively the same speed, correct?
I would say no, based on the video that we have, especially from the Volvo. Traffic in both lanes is slow, just the left lane is a little bit faster than the right lane.
Well, I think Eugene is reported going somewhere around 70 miles an hour, didn't he?
If he said that, then it could have been leading up to all of this.
Okay. So we're talking about a matter of seconds here, aren't we? 3, 5 seconds, somewhere in there,
For what?
between the total impact and the total stopping.
Oh, the first impact to stopping, I'd have to look back at the exact time.
So is it plausible then, when Eugene moved out of his lane, or out of the right lane, into the passenger lane because the Murano was perhaps slowing? You stated yourself that he moved over because of the traffic in front of him slowing, correct?
Yes,
Okay. He can't see past that bus either, can he?
I would not think so.
There were no other cars in between the bus and the Freightliner or the Jacob McDonald, correct?
Correct.
So that has to be the Murano.
Yes,
Okay. So the Murano's slowing, the bus is slowing. We can agree on that?
yes,
And Eugene and Jacob are still moving at a relative speed.
yeah, you were showing them at the same speed. I believe Eugene Mann's was slower than Jacob.
Relative speed. Somewhere maybe within 5 miles an hour or whatever. Can we agree with that?
No, I wouldn't be able to put a speed on that.
Okay. But you can see the video with your own eyes, right?
Yes, and I believe the Freightliner is moving considerably faster than
Define
Eugene Mann's.
considerable.
Enough to where, with the distances that we have and the time frame where Eugene Mann's moves over, then visually, this is my visual perception, the Freightliner is behind Eugene Mann's, catches up to Eugene Mann's, and then crashes into vehicles that were in front of Eugene Mann's. All while Eugene Mann's
That's
doesn't
not a
move
definition
that
of
far forward.
considerably.
I wasn't able to put a number on it.
Okay, so you don't. Agreed?
Correct.
Okay. So, is it plausible then, when Eugene moves over, because the Murano was slowing down, which caused him to move, it's the only traffic that he referred to that was still began to slow down, causing him to move over, we agree to that?
Traffic ahead of him, yes.
Okay. That the bus then brakes, likely due to the Toyota in front of it, which causes the Murano to brake.
Yes.
Okay? Then Jacob McDonald impacts the Murano.
Yes.
That's all plausible.
Well, I think what you just described is what I put in the report.
So the white van tells us really a lot, doesn't it?
It tells us the amount of time that Jacob McDonald had free line of sight up to the vehicles ahead of Mr. Mann's.
Let's talk about the Nissan a little bit. You were talking about the EDR in the Nissan,
Yes.
and that's manufactured by Bosch, right?
The actual module may or may not be Bosch, but Bosch does manufacture the hardware and the software to read the module, yes.
Do you know where the module is located in the Nissan?
I do, I was the one who took it out.
Where was it located?
It was in between the two front seats.
Okay. And is that part that got rolled?
Well, that area specifically where it was fairly intact. But yes, the whole vehicle from nose to rear was rolled upon
I
itself.
believe you described it as a burrito.
Correct.
Okay. And those are doing, when we have an event like that, it's recording the delta or the increase in speed is due to the movement, correct?
Yeah, the module itself is what's recording that change in velocity.
So did you account for the rotation of the module itself being rotated when it was rolled up into a burrito?
Well, in that instance, longitudinal delta V, if it truly were being rolled up, would actually be less, because instead of getting accelerated forward, now the module thinks it's just going down, which isn't really recorded value.
Are those modules are calibrated at about 30 miles an hour?
I don't know about calibration specs on it.
What's the error rate on those?
It has to comply with the Part 563 through NHTSA, which states that the delta V values have to be plus or minus 10%.
So it has a 10% error rate?
Yeah, plus or minus 10%. If it does give you a number, that should be plus or minus 10% of the actual value that it sustained.
And what is that in correlation, well, you just testified you don't know what the actual calibration mile per hour is, correct?
Correct. The sensors they put in have a low and a high end.
This was the ELD data. Are you familiar with that.
Yes, for the Freightliner?
Yeah, we've spent a great deal of time talking about this. The 74.7 miles an hour was approximately 1.8 miles or 2 minutes prior to impact, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The speed before that was 71.5, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was also approximately 2 minutes beforehand, correct?
Yes.
So we have roughly a 3 mile an hour increase 2 minutes beforehand. Accurate?
Yes.
Okay? It's entirely plausible that we have a 3 mile an hour decrease before impact. Isn't that true?
Yes, we don't know the value up to the time of impact based on the ELD.
No further questions, thank you. Thank you. Let me direct, Mr. Lynn.
Thank you. Sir, you have the opportunity. You had the opportunity to actually go look inside a similar vehicle as the 2019 Freightliner that the defendant was operating on November 14, 2023. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
What position does that seat, the driver's seat, face, sir?
What position? Forward?
And what's forward of the driver's seat?
Steering wheel.
And?
Then the dashboard.
And?
Windshield.
Okay. What's the purpose of the windshield, sir?
Protect the driver from the elements.
Okay. So the driver can do what?
Be able to have their eyes open while driving.
Look it out at what's
Forward.
coming on them?
Yes.
You were asked a question about an 11-foot, 6-inch bus that's in front of them.
Yes,
It's a pretty big thing, isn't it?
it is.
Did the defendant take any action to avoid the friggin' 11-foot, 6-inch bus in front of him?
There's no evidence of that, no.
And he traveled how far where he never saw an 11-foot, 6-inch bus in front of him?
Approximately 800 feet.
No evasives, no brakes, no anything.
Correct.
Oh, and in between there was a Nissan Murano that he completely destroyed and wiped out, rolled over, and continued forward.
Yes.
Did Mr. Mann hit any of those things?
No.
Okay. In terms of traffic moving, you saw the Volvo video?
Yes.
Traffic was moving
Correct.
in that, just slowly. Fair?
Yes.
You were asked a bunch of questions about, I believe, Mr. Tripp's testimony about working on a master's degree, and looking up, being startled. Fair to say that Mr. Tripp is doing a few different things on the bus at the time frame this is going on.
Sounded like it, yes.
He's on a computer,
Yes.
he's a chaperone,
Yes.
as well as a band assistant.
Correct.
And so he has to also keep in mind what the kids are doing to keep it down to a low roar perhaps on the bus.
Usually what happens with chaperones, yes.
Okay, so with those two things in mind, you're asked a whole bunch of questions as to why he wasn't minding the driver of the bus's business. You ever experienced the phrase divided attention?
Yes, that's what we're taught state troopers.
What does that mean to you, divided attention?
Well, for us, it's to understand impairment levels, whether it's alcohol or drugs. Divided attention gets the person to not be able to focus on any one individual task, to get the mind to do multiple things, because when you are impaired, it is more difficult when you have your attention divided.
Okay. Can you be impaired without alcohol or drugs?
Well, you can't be impaired by alcohol or drugs, but I guess you could define impairment in a more broad term.
Well, can you define impairment that I'm not paying attention because I'm doing something else?
Correct, I would call that an impairment of sorts.
Okay. In your opinion, based on your education, training, and experience, do you believe, from your reconstruction and looking at all the objective facts in this case, that the defendant was impaired?
He's clearly not looking at the road.
So he was impaired.
I would agree that that's a type of impairment, yes.
He's looking at something else other than the road.
Yes.
Okay? It's a pretty Spartan cab, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay? There's a phone somewhere in there.
He did have a phone with him, so it should have been somewhere inside.
Okay? And it burned up.
Yes.
Okay? And you were asked about different things that, could you tell, whether he was on Facebook, whether he had an Audible app on, or whether he had iTunes on, or anything else.
Yes.
You remember what his statement was to troopers about what he remembers from 126 on?
And he said he did not remember anything.
Okay? He has no idea what he's doing or not, or what he said. No, doesn't remember.
That's what he said, yes.
You were asked the specific question about the cell phone material. And the statement was that that does not indicate the user is doing anything. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Based on the driving of this particular defendant at a time frame when something is 11 foot 6 inches in front of him, would that statement also be appropriate for Mr. McDonald, that his driving does not indicate that he's doing anything?
As far as something that would distract him?
In terms of driving the damn truck,
Yeah, I mean, he was driving down the road, but not being able to see something in front of him, there must have been something else going on.
but he could keep inside the lanes,
Correct.
okay? In terms of the actual items that were going on, you were asked about the variable speeds and shown again the ELD. It looks like he was driving at different speeds over the course of several miles.
Yes,
Not consistent with having cruise control on it, is it?
I did not think so, no.
Okay. And so if you don't have cruise control on, you have to have a foot on the accelerator,
Correct.
because we know the foot never went on the brake. So that's working, but we're not apparently able to recognize what's going on outside the window.
Yes.
And of course, we would be able to know what app he was or was not on if his phone didn't burn up.
Yes, I believe so.
And in terms of the Garmin data, I think you were asked a whole bunch of questions about whether or not there's a certain error rate built into civilian GPS. I believe that was the context of the question.
I remember that.
Okay. And one of the things we asked you on direct is within box 1, are those the coordinates that line up for the GPS Garmin?
Yes, it was very close at the very least.
Okay. So it's basically a negligible difference?
Yes, if it didn't line up right on that spot, it wasn't far away from me.
Okay. Sir, what kind of watch do you have on?
I have an Apple Watch,
And what time do you have?
1355,
And in English?
155.
That's what I have too, 155. And I would venture to say that that's also working off of a clock or something in orbit. We all have the same time, whether it's Apple
Yes.
or whether it's Samsung or anything else, but atomically it's off, isn't it? In other words, an atomic clock is going to be more precise.
Oh, correct.
Okay. The Garmin is pretty precise in terms of the speed, in terms of the location, in terms of where this device ended up.
Yes, it's using a greater satellite system with corrections applied to it to be as precise as possible.
I don't want to beat the dead horse about objective versus subjective evidence. In your reconstruction, there was a combination of both subjective and objective evidence that you looked at.
Yes,
The actual scene itself, with the photographs, with the data recorders, the data logs, the Garmin's, the offset, the measurements, those are all objective items.
I would say as objective as you can get.
Okay? It doesn't matter whether someone's looking at a laptop or whether somebody's sitting sideways, having a conversation with somebody else. It's based on something that's verifiable.
Yes,
And that it can be rechecked in terms of what the data that was provided is, should one decide they want to do that.
correct.
Are you aware of anything that shows that any of the data that you have testified to that is in your report is incorrect?
No,
And that would be relative to the specific crash scene.
correct.
In terms of the subjective statements, the subjective statements would be the individuals on the bus who were on the bus to go to a concert.
Yes,
So their attention probably is focused on the concert and hanging out with their friends rather than worrying about what the bus driver's doing.
correct.
And as far as Mr. Tripp, you can add another thing that he probably has going on in his mind as to what we're going to do when we get to Columbus.
Very well would.
And again, not probably very worried about what's going to happen with the bus driver.
Correct.
Did you, sir, see anything that the bus driver did that caused this to occur?
No,
Did you see anything that the Nissan Murano did to cause this to occur?
no,
Did you see anything that Mr. Mann did that caused this to occur?
no,
Did you see anything that the Volvo vehicle did that caused this to occur?
no.
Thank you, sir.
Pretty cross.
You testified earlier, 11-foot-6 bus, right? I think Mr. Murphy asked you about the 11-foot-6 bus that you didn't see, correct?
Yes.
Where are the brake lights at on that, sir, are evident in this picture?
The brake lights on the back side, along the leftmost and rightmost edges, halfway to below halfway down.
Okay. You had to estimate, how many feet up is that?
No more than 6.
Okay. vehicle was going 71 or 72 miles an hour on I-70 that day, clear day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that unreasonable?
It said 70 to 72,
Yeah.
and that's traffic flow.
Okay. You just testified against, about Tripp and him being engrossed in his master's. The principal idea behind that, I think you would agree with this, that questioning was that someone was engrossed in what they were doing and had to look up because of the break. The concentration was broken as a result of it. You can agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Divided attention, you just brought that up. That's, you said it comes in all forms of different things, to be divided attention, correct?
Yes.
Could divided attention be a bus driver with a bunch of kids on the bus? Then could that create a divided attention
It could.
scenario? Don't they usually have mirrors up here where they can see the kids in the back?
Makes sense, they could.
Or not necessarily kids, but passengers, I guess I should say.
School buses have them, charter buses, it makes sense they could have it.
That's something that could create a divided attention too, but couldn't it, if you're looking up in there to look at the passengers?
It could.
You just, on redirect, testified again about the cell data. You don't know what the cell data is, do you?
I don't know what app is causing it.
Right, and you cannot testify here today that there was any user interaction to create that data, isn't that true?
I don't know what he would have been touching or playing on it,
Could
correct?
have been the Audible app, correct?
Correct.
Could have been the Facebook app, correct?
Correct.
We don't know. So, in line with that, you have absolutely zero evidence of the on-off theory, correct?
I don't know what the on-off theory is.
Listen to the prosecutor's opening statement for your on-off. You're watching your video and you're going back to the road.
Oh, okay.
There's no evidence of that, is there?
I would disagree with that.
You would disagree with that.
Yes, I would disagree that there's no evidence. I think there is evidence to it.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that there was about 8 seconds, 800 feet worth of traveling, where the semi just drove straight ahead and then struck the back of a vehicle.
Okay. And that means he's watching video?
I'm saying it's possible evidence of that, yes.
Okay. But you have no evidence that suggests that he has a phone in his hand, correct?
Oh, correct.
You weren't in the cab of that truck, correct?
I was not.
There's no dash cam to show there's anything that's going on in that truck, correct?
Correct.
So he could have been, you could say that he was doing flexing routines in the middle of that too, correct?
I think we would entertain all the possibilities of what could have been a distraction, yes.
Okay. The Garmin data is a GPS data, we agreed to that, right?
Yes.
Okay, GPS data has a lag, correct?
It does have a latency, yes.
Okay. And in comparison to your watch, it's not the same thing, is it?
Well, yeah, it's a different device, generally using the same sort of satellite system structure, so
Your watch, you was asking what time it was, correct?
yes.
That's not a GPS positional tracking, is it?
Actually, though, it gets the time corrections from the satellite system.
Is it sending back anything from your phone, do you know, from your watch, to tell you the position that it's in when it's making that correction?
I don't know.
Earlier we looked, we looked at this ELD data at length. Oops, I'm so sorry. So we have varying speeds, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And typically, you're experienced with semis, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I think it's been genuinely agreed upon that it's about 46,000 pounds given the truck and the load that we're dealing
The
with.
Freightliner?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's what's been said.
somewhere around there.
Yes.
So the semi, with the load, when it goes up the hill, it's gonna slow down, correct?
Very well could, yes.
Can we agree with that? A semi with a load going up a hill is gonna slow down, they're gonna have to.
It depends on the grade of the road and if they're on the accelerator and what type of truck they have. Some are more powerful than others, so, I mean, it's potential, it's a possibility.
Do you believe that data here is showing us that, sir? Do you believe that he was just letting off the gas randomly on the highway to slow down to 62 miles an hour?
Oh, no, I don't know each point why the decelerations or the accelerations occurred, whether or not it was uphill, downhill, more acceleration, less acceleration. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
So you can't answer whether or not that these lower points of data would likely be due to an incline?
Well, what I do know is the last couple points there, 846 and 844, based on the odometer reading, that mileage, when compared to Google Earth topography, that is actually a slight upgrade, and he's accelerating at that point.
So my question was, these lower points of data, are you unable to determine whether or not he was likely going up a hill at the time?
Correct. I have not looked at each of those timestamps and odometer readings to see what the topography was at each of those.
Is it reasonable to believe that a semi that's having varying speeds, the delta below 72 miles an hour is nearly 10? The delta above 72 miles an hour is 3.5. Is it likely that he's going up and down hills?
It could have been hills, it could have been traffic ahead of him, yeah.
You think that's reasonable? To say
Yeah,
that
those
he's
are two
going up and down hills?
possibilities, yeah,
Okay, that could be a reasonable explanation, right?
yes.
Okay. And if someone had a truck like that set up 72 miles an hour on their cruise control, you would expect the speed going down the hill not to be that much higher, correct?
No, you would hope that it would stay within what you set your cruise at.
Okay. And if we're set on 72 miles an hour and we're going up, let's say, a steep incline, we're gonna expect it to bog down a little bit, right?
Yes.
Could be as much as 10 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the numbers would all vary on the situation.
Okay. But that scenario is plausible with this data though, isn't it?
Yeah, if we looked at the topography, it might line up with that.
No further questions, thank you.
Let's suppose you said for 800 feet, 8 seconds, the last 800 feet, the last 8 seconds, there was no evidence of braking
Correct.
by Mr. McDonald's vehicle.
Correct, based on the roadway information, no tire marks.
Would you expect to find tire marks at a scene like that?
With heavy braking,
Where there is a big fire?
yes, with heavy braking, if you were braking into that impact, heavy braking enough to lock up the tires or start to lay down some rubber from the tires, there definitely could be tire marks.
That wouldn't have been destroyed by the fire?
No, the fire was so far ahead from that first impact.
Okay.
Those pictures in the beginning of my report showing that leading up capture that there's that definitive line and there were no marks prior to that impact point.
Let's suppose that in this situation, in the last 100 feet, brakes were applied by the semi driven by Mr. McDonald. What would you expect to find to establish that? Would that show up in some sort of EDR?
If it were enough to capture in a hard brake event, then it could show up there.
What defines a hard brake event for purposes of the EDR? Is that set by the manufacturer of the vehicle?
Manufacturer of the vehicle or even the owner of the vehicle, their maintenance department could get in and possibly set that, and it would be a certain speed change over a certain amount of time. So it would be looking for instance, possibly 7 miles per hour over 1 second change would be indicative of a hard brake, and it would store that data.
And the testimony is you looked and didn't see any evidence of that
No evidence of a hard brake event, correct?
in the EDR.
Correct.
You would expect to find some tire marks on the road.
Yeah, tire marks do take time to develop because it's based off of locking up a tire, friction, heat to lay rubber down on the pavement. So it's not instantaneous. A truck might take a little bit longer than even a passenger car. But there was no sign of that leading up to that. And then based on the Nissan EDR data and the speed at which he was going at impact, it meant he would have only been going faster had he applied his brakes.
Thank you. Follow-up questions, Mr. Murray?
So just to rephrase, we were talking about that during your direct testimony, that the speed of the Nissan upon impact cannot exceed the speed of the vehicle that hit the Nissan.
Correct. Basic physics.
And so if the speed of the Nissan is 72 miles an hour, which I think you testified was the low speed that this vehicle was going, that in order for this person to have locked up the brakes or slowed down below a certain speed, that speed he would have had to slow down to could not go lower than 72 miles an hour.
Correct.
Okay. So again, that would be a different way of reconstructing the fact that this gentleman was speeding with a minimum speed of 72 miles an hour based on that other way of figuring out what his speed was.
Yes, there are multiple ways of doing the speed.
And on the other end of it, you also feel that those numbers would be comfortable even at the 74.7 miles an hour as reflected in the EDR based upon the data that you have.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable that energy loss throughout the collision, it could be higher than 72.
So no matter what, he wasn't looking and he was speeding at the very least,
Yes,
and he wasn't braking
correct,
or reacting to the vehicle that was 11 feet 6 inches in front of him.
correct.
Thank you.
Brady. Cross, Mr. Brady?
Yeah. After the impact with the Murano, I believe Mr. McDonald stated he had a seatbelt on, correct?
He did.
Okay, so the impact of with the Murano would have caused him to move forward, right? It was a jarring event, correct?
I would think so, yes.
He didn't remember, in fact, he had no memory back to, I believe it was 116 or 126.
126, yes.
Yeah, okay. So an individual who just impacted a car has been jarred by that, it's not unreasonable that they don't have the faculties to put the brakes on, correct?
After impacting the Murano?
Yes.
Correct, yeah.
No further questions.
Thank you, Schubert. You may step.
Thank you, Your Honor. State recall Jonathan Buffington.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this witness being qualified to opine here today.
All right, come on up here. Swear in the witness, please.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear testimony you're going to give in this case and be heard is true, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. See, state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the records.
My name is Jonathan Buffington, last name spelled B-U-F-F-I-N-G-T-O-N.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Murphy, you may inquire.
Thank you. Sir, I want to talk to you first about your education, training, and experience. And so if you could introduce yourself to the judge real quickly, Bobby.
Yes, sir. My name is Jonathan Buffington. I am a advanced security engineer with the Kroger Company, and I am also a reserve detective with the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Prior to my employment with Kroger, I was a special agent with the United States Secret Service.
And sir, do you have a degree in any area?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice with a specialization in criminalistics.
Okay. And sir, when you were with the United States Secret Service, what did you do for them?
I did a number of things. Obviously, as most people know, the Secret Service is about protection. So I provided protection for the president, the vice president, the first family, second family, and other foreign dignitaries as instructed or identified by the Constitution. In addition to that, I also did investigations, mostly focusing on fraud and digital forensics.
Okay. When you say digital forensics, what kind of digital forensics?
Everything that has to do with the computer. Computer forensics, laptop, cell phone forensics, any kind of embedded electronic device.
Okay. And forgetting any distinction, if there is any distinction more between the computer and a cell phone, how would you, what was the baseline which you would do an examination of a computer or a cell phone?
So a lot of people are kind of lump them as separate things, but the truth of the matter is that every electronic device is a computer. It doesn't matter if it's a cell phone, a laptop, a tablet, a smartwatch, a smart refrigerator. Everything is a computer. It is the way in which it is designed to interact with humans and to kind of make our lives easier. That differentiates the classification. So as far as doing forensic examinations on any kind of electronic device, identifying at its base what it is and how to accurately collect a forensic image and analyze it.
Okay. And what tools would you use, or are you familiar with using for analysis of a cell phone or a computer?
There's a few common ones. The most common, I would say, would be Cellbrite, the cell phone forensic software. There's also Oxygen Forensics. There's other forensic tools that will take or use a forensic image that has been extracted and analyze it.
And sir, approximately how many phones, computers have you analyzed in your career?
Conservatively, I would say over 300 devices.
Okay. Your current position, well, you started off as a uniformed officer, White House branch, and then you have special agent in the Cincinnati field office. And you have in your resume, lead, conducted, evaluated, and documented digital forensic evidence, sharing forensic investigative findings with other law enforcement entities, attorneys, judges, and management. Specifically, what are you referring to?
So obviously with any federal agency, our biggest support and our biggest assistance is with local law enforcement and our private sector partners. So depending on what investigative case we were working, we would obviously reach out to those partners in local, state government, private sector to, one, assist with their investigations, and two, to receive assistance from them as well.
Did you provide to local agencies as well as federal agencies analysis of cell phones?
Yes.
And their contents, data, information on those phones?
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever offered testimony relative to your analysis?
Yes.
In what court, sir?
In several federal, state, and local municipality courts.
Okay. And sir, have you ever testified, I would imagine you would have testified as an officer, but have you ever testified as an expert witness?
No, this will be my first time.
Your first time testifying as an expert?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of testimony would you testify to as an officer?
I would testify to the methodologies and practices of digital forensics and the secure way in which forensics is extracted from a device, the mechanisms and processes to analyze and investigate the image that is received, and any kind of conclusions or determinations that can be extrapolated from that image.
What certifications do you have?
I have several. My most recent one is from the International Association of Computer Forensic Experts, Forensic Computer Investigators. My apologies, IASIS for short. It is a certified forensic computer examiner. I have several trainings through the National Computer Forensic Institute in Hoover, Alabama, in digital forensics, cell phone forensics, advanced cell phone forensics, basic network intrusion investigations.
Advanced Mobile Device Examiner,
Yes, sir.
Treasury Computer Forensic Training Program.
Yes, sir.
What is the CompTIA certification?
That is a vendor-specific certification for anyone in the cyber security, cyber infrastructure field of employment. For that one specifically, the CompTIA A+ certification is a very basic computer hardware and software certification.
Any conferences for cyber-related training?
Yes, several.
Okay. Did you speak at any of these conferences?
A few of them, yes.
Okay. On cybersecurity forensics?
Cybersecurity forensics and investigative forensics as well.
Okay. You're currently employed with who, sir?
With the Kroger Company
And how long have you been employed with them?
for 2.5 years.
And what do you do for them, sir?
I do insider risk investigations, financial fraud investigations, and digital forensics.
Okay. And your current position there is as what?
I am an advanced security engineer.
Okay. Yeah, this is what we would offer for this.
All right.
That's
Before we get into your direct, I'm gonna give Mr. Brigham an opportunity to cross-examine him with regard to his qualifications to testify as an expert. Mr. Brigham.
Application, I'd like to talk about your resume for a little bit. You started your career with the Secret Service, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your CV, you provided protection to the White House complex, Vice President, Residence, Main Treasury Building, Annex, and foreign diplomatic missions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. None of that's related to telecom data, correct?
Not directly, no.
Okay. So you were there for 2 years and 4 months, and then you moved positions over to the Cincinnati office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there, you also list your duties as providing physical protection for individuals, stated under 18 United States Code. Pre-travel protective planning, is that maybe the witness protection program or something to that effect?
No, that would be for presidential visits to local areas or across overseas. We would go in advance and secure physical locations and areas of travel before his arrival or her
Okay.
arrival.
That's not related to telecom data, is it?
There is some crossover into telecommunications. As part of the investigative process or the protective process, we also look into telecommunications just in case there's any kind of wiretaps in place, any kind of mechanism that will utilize cell phone, or the hardwired phones in a physical location, that could potentially compromise, the security of the individual.
So you're looking at their cell phones pinging in your area, right?
Specifically for the protective fabric,
Right.
we would be looking for any kind of cell phone data that might be trying to infiltrate the environment that we were at. We would also.
Let me stop you
Go
there.
ahead.
So is your testimony that as a part of protecting the president, you go and get consumer AT&T data bills?
I never
and
said
analyze
that, no, sir.
Okay, okay. So you also list affidavits in support for federal subpoenas, arrest warrants, and search warrants. You assisted in drafting jury proceedings, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not telecom related, is it?
As far as the criminal investigative process that is related to jury trials and grand juries, no, not directly.
Okay. So you list that you led, conducted, evaluated, documented, sharing forensic investigation with law enforcement entities, attorneys, judges, and management, correct?
Yes, sir.
Complaints investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you just came from 2 years and 4 months of experience of doing security, but you're leading bank fraud and wire?
Yes, sir.
So you had no experience at all, and they had you lead senior officers in these investigations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you're looking at bank fraud, would that be like somebody using a cash app to, that could be a scenario, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're looking for Jane Doe and John Smith's transaction between one another, correct?
That would be correct.
You don't care how many bytes of data transferred in that, do you?
For certain investigations, that would be relevant.
You would analyze the bytes of data,
Yes, sir.
and you could tell what from that?
I could tell flow of information, the amount of information that's being transacted.
So you could look at a bill and say, geez, 39 megabytes, that was pretty big, and this one was 1 megabyte, that's lower.
Yes, sir.
So now you're working at Kroger, correct, in cybersecurity?
Yes, sir.
I believe that you describe yourself as design and build security architectures to ensure strong security posture and compliance with regulation to safeguard customers' data.
Yes, sir.
correct? That's not telecom related, is it?
It touches telecommunications.
On the carrier side.
Going to the carrier side, yes, sir.
So you, as a Kroger, pull individuals' consumer carrier side bills and analyze that data.
I never said that, no, sir.
Okay. So you're just saying that since somebody has a cell phone, that becomes somehow carrier data?
I do not believe that is what I'm saying at all, sir.
Okay, let's look at your certification real quick. CFCE, Certified Forensic Computer Examiner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that is hard drives, deleted files, that sort of stuff, traditional computer forensics.
Yes, sir.
That's not telecom, carrier side data analysis, is it?
It does cross over into that field, yes, sir.
How would it cross over into that field when you're analyzing the session activity in between those two devices?
As I stated earlier, everything is a computer, even a cell phone. So as a cell phone or as a computer communicates to the cellular network, whether it's a laptop that has cellular connectivity or a cell phone, that information and the mechanism in which it communicates, the different programs, the different ports, all of that is relevant. And all of that is stuff that you can investigate through a forensic analysis.
Through Celebrate?
No.
Well,
There are many more tools than Celebrate.
I
Yes,
believe
sir.
that your exact words just a moment ago where you were talking about the extraction, right? The extracted phone, the extracted device, you used that word, right? It can tell you a
Yes,
lot of
sir.
the image you used, correct?
Yes, forensic imaging, yes.
Right, we don't have that here. You're unaware of that, correct?
I am perfectly aware of
Okay,
that, yes.
so we don't have, there's a big, big difference between using Celebrate, right? That's a wonderful program. It tells you the apps that somebody clicked on, correct?
It does,
Can
yes.
show you texts and emails, correct?
Yes, sir.
What most people don't know is what they think's deleted isn't, correct?
That is very
It's a
true, sir.
wonderful program, but we don't have that here, do we?
No, we don't.
So all we have is carrier side data.
Yes, sir.
Point to me in your resume where you're certified in carrier side data.
I believe that my knowledge, training, and experience across the entirety of my investigative background would point to me being an expert in that specific field.
You ever worked for a carrier?
I've not, no.
How about your certification, your FTK certification? That's desktop and laptop systems?
That is any kind of hard drive or memory image analysis tool.
We talked about Celebrite. Skimmer forensic course, that's a certification of yours. Has nothing to do with telecom, correct?
It does, actually. There are some skimmers that are SMS enabled that can transact on the cellular network.
So you, as a part of looking at the skimmer on a gas pump, are then going back and trying to analyze what that data is telling you from the carrier side?
In some cases, yes.
Or are you just looking to whether or not it's connected to a network?
No, we would be investigating the module that is communicating with the cellular network. We would be subpoenaing the hard encoded phone number that is sending that data to a device, and we would be compiling that information.
So you're looking to whether or not it's connected to a network?
We would be looking, one, if it did, and two, what was it doing on that network, yes.
So if you had a skimmer that connected to a network and went back and it transferred, we'll say 100 megabytes of data as opposed to 5 megabytes of data, what difference does it make?
It makes significant difference. 100 megabytes of data transacted either on a Wi-Fi network or on a cellular network tells me that there is a significant amount more of credit card information that has left that skimmer than a skimmer that has only transacted 5 megabytes.
Does it tell you what credit card was used?
We can definitely find that out after the fact.
Through the carrier data.
No, not through the carrier data.
You issued a report in this, didn't you?
I'm sorry, could
You issued a report in this case, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in that report, your opinion is based on no analytical data whatsoever. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate, sir.
How many megabytes of data does the Audible app send and receive when it's connected to a carrier network?
That is a very complex, loaded question. It depends on a lot of elements, both on the cell phone side and on the carrier specific.
So you don't know.
Not offhand, no, sir.
How about the Facebook app? How many megabytes up and down when it connects to the carrier to update?
Your Honor, for the record, we're going to object to this line of questioning. It has nothing to do with whether he's an expert.
Right, I agree. This was voir dire, limited to challenges, qualifications to testify. Now you're getting into a report, so.
Okay.
Based on what I'm gonna hear, I'm gonna overrule the objection and allow Mr. Murphy to resume his direct of
Thank you.
this witness.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I won't ask you about trains and buses leaving different areas of the country, but I do want to talk to you about an investigation that you were requested to assist in by us. And you have in front of you in the book there what's been marked States Exhibit 16.
It's that 16 alpha?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is that your report, sir?
This appears to be my report.
What documents, what information did you have the opportunity to review for the purposes of generating a report in this particular case?
I received a number of reports. The Ohio State Trooper report on the collision that occurred on the 14th of November, 2023. I received a number of reports from the National Transportation Security Board detailing different aspects of that same collision. I also received a number of reports from AT&T cell phone provider related to a cell phone that was involved in this investigation as well.
Okay, so you received a reconstruction report, documents from the National Traffic Safety Board, AT&T records in this particular case, as well as other directories, and you were requested to do what, sir, with those documents?
I was requested to analyze the different reports to extrapolate or determine if the cell phone data records that were provided by AT&T had any bearing or any influence on the crash that occurred on the 14th of November.
Okay, so essentially a correlation between the data and what occurred in this specific.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, what are some of the things that you took into consideration when you were looking at that information?
My approach to this investigation and this report essentially identified the totality of all the circumstances that were presented in each individual report. The way that I approached it is that I tried to create a baseline of activity.
You're talking about a forensic baseline of the cell phone activity on the records that were provided involving Mr.
I did do that, but initially when I started the investigation, I wanted to create a baseline of activity of Mr. McDonald, his travel, his familiarity with the course of travel, how long has he been traveling. After establishing that sort of baseline of behavior and familiarity with all of the elements, then I approached the AT&T records to create, again, a baseline of what is typical for a computer or a cell phone in this case to be operating at, and any sort of abnormalities or outliers related to it.
Why would it be important to know the travels of the defendant in this particular case?
I feel like it would be important to understand these things because it creates an understanding that perhaps this individual, the driver of this vehicle, has a level of familiarity and comfort with the course of travel. And creating that level of comfort or understanding that familiarity of the course of travel creates an opportunity for complacency and distraction.
Okay. And in this particular case, I'm assuming you did that.
Yes, sir.
And what exactly did you determine?
My determination of the entirety of all the circumstances and all the reports is that there is significant evidence to suggest that this cell phone that was that had the subscriber information of Mr. Jacob McDonald that was in his possession was in active use. I'll specify and I'll clarify specifically, when I say active use, I do not necessarily mean that somebody was typing on the screen or somebody was manipulating it. Active use, in my regard, or in this regard of the report, means that it was actively communicating with the network. That activity was significantly higher in the minutes leading up to the collision. My investigation and my conclusion is that there is significant data to support that this device being in active communication with the network could have created an opportunity for the driver to be distracted. And during that time of distraction, this individual removing his eyes from the road ahead to focus on the cell phone in the cab of the vehicle.
Okay. At some point in time, did you establish a forensic baseline of cell phone activity for Mr. McDonald?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what time period would that have been through, sir?
The records for the cell phone started midnight on November 14th through the time of the collision. Looking at the data as a whole, or in totality, the data of bytes being sent to the phone and bytes being sent from the phone to the cellular network were significantly less in the overnight hours, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. However, when, as GPS records from the National Transportation Safety Board indicate that Mr. McDonald was traveling on I-70, there's a significant spike in data being sent to the phone.
In the amount of what, sir?
I believe it was in the quantity of megabytes of data, whereas in the overnight hours, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 to 9 kilobytes of data. So in magnitude of 1,000% increase in data.
Okay, so there was a change from an inactive sleeping status to a work status.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at page 9 of your report, I believe you indicate that sometime between 8:20 and 8:37, or in between that time period, there was a total of 203.86 megabytes of data downstream and 6.72 megabytes of data upstream that's recorded. Is there any significance to that?
There is a lot of significance to this. When you're looking at a network, whether it's cellular network, whether it's a home network, a commercial network, whatever it is, any kind of network that connects to the internet and that connects a computer device to the internet, there is the flow of information between these two entities. What's significant about these numbers is that there is a substantially higher amount of data that is being sent from the internet to this device than what is being sent from the device to the internet. Internet being specifically the cellular network, AT&T. What is significant about that is that it can indicate that more data being sent to the cellular device is indication that there is a requirement or feed of information being sent. You would see that typically with maybe streaming of a movie or streaming music, requiring information or data to be sent to the device.
So the device would have been active inside of the cab?
The device would be active on the network. Doesn't necessarily mean that the screen was on or that the device was in hand. It just means that the device was actively communicating and receiving data from the cellular network.
And in terms of the total amount of data that was coming down, I think you had 203.86 megabytes of data downstream.
That's correct.
And over that course of time, that short period of time there, between 8:20 and 8:37 a.m., is that consistent with running apps? I know you were asked about that, Facebook, things like that.
This is an interesting question because there is the conversation or the inquiry of what an app would look like on the network side, on a cellular network side. For an app similar to Facebook, we'll say, there would be an increase of information being sent to and from this a device that would be running a Facebook app. In simplest terms, when you enter the Facebook app on your cellular device, that device is connecting out into the internet to gather information about your updates or any kind of comments that are on your timeline. As you communicate and as you scroll through and you might like somebody's message or things like that, there's data being also sent to the network. So in apps like Facebook or in apps like an email application, there would be a closer number between bytes being sent to the network and being received to the device.
And that's not the case here.
That is not the case here, no.
And just out of curiosity, in terms of activating that kind of data, I mean, that wouldn't necessarily come on by itself. You'd actually have to have the phone out, and you'd actually have to be doing something with the phone at that point.
At a certain point in time, there would have to be human interaction with the device, yes.
Okay, and if you're talking about, 8:20 to 8:37 a.m., these are time periods where the defendant would have been on the roadway.
Yes, sir.
So in order to activate an app, be it Facebook or be it any of these other type of apps, you'd have to be handling the phone.
That would be correct, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about some other type of apps. Let's say that you're going to listen to, I know there was Rumble was brought up earlier, and a few others. If you were going to listen to something on Rumble, a podcast or something of that nature, would that be something that would mirror the time stream or the time frame of what's going to this phone?
It very well could be. Seeing the increase of data being sent to the phone could be indicative of a music app of some sort. However, there is a significant data point that I would like to identify in my report, and that was based on the AT&T data that was provided that may give more clarity in what kind of information is being transacted in this device.
Please do.
I believe it was at 8:37 a.m. In a 1 minute time frame, a 1 minute time frame of data transacted. There is an equivalent of 40 megabytes of data being sent to the phone. What is significant about that high number of data being sent to the phone in a 1 minute time frame, is by AT&T records and AT&T statement themselves. They have specified that streaming of a high definition video on a cellular device on their network is equivalent to about 41 megabytes per minute. So based on that volume for that one moment in time, there is an equivalent amount of data being sent from AT&T to this device of streaming a high definition video.
Okay.
Which would be, if I may, a significantly higher amount of data than just listening to a streaming service like a podcast.
Okay, or a playlist.
Or a playlist.
Because there's video data that's coming down with something of that nature.
Yes.
And for that matter, if you're listening to Rumble or a few of these others, I mean, they also come in video as well as audio as well.
That is correct.
So you can watch the host talk as well as listen to the host talk, either actively or passively.
Yes, sir.
But these aren't self-launching, are they?
No, they are not.
So if I have Rumble app, if I have Facebook app, and I want to watch or listen to a reel, or if I want to send something out on Instagram, my hand has to be on the phone in order to do that.
At a certain point in time, it will have to be.
Well, the time period looks like it would be around 8:20 to 8:37,
Yes, sir.
where that data is coming down. And that would be an active request for that information.
That would be, yes, sir.
Okay. Would that be consistent, that amount of data, with a transitional Samsung update?
It would not. And I'll go back to, I guess, basic understanding of computer devices. There's two goals with a computer, regardless of whatever it is. That it work the most efficiently as possible, and that it gives the best user experience. So in those two regards, it would be nearly impossible for a cellular update to be occurring during an operational time frame. If you've ever seen on your cellular device where you get a notification that says, hey, you have an update, we're going to be updating this in the middle of the night. It's never at 8 o'clock in the morning, although you can initiate that update yourself if you would like. When it's a system-initiated update, it is always done in an off-hour time frame.
And in this particular time frame, the defendant was not on off hours. He was actively driving
That
a
is correct.
Freightliner vehicle on I-70.
Yes, sir.
So when you define it as active use of the cell phone, your definition of that would be what?
My definition of active use of a cell phone is that the cell phone is actively using the cellular network to accomplish a task, regardless of whatever that task is, whether it's uploading photos from your phone, streaming your favorite podcast. When it's transacting on the network, when it is pulling and sending data, that's what I mean by active use of the phone. That is different than actively manipulating the phone, where that would require human interaction and human manipulation of the device.
But in this case, based upon the time period where it's coming, in that large chunk of data, you would have been on the road.
That is absolutely correct, sir.
Which would cross into the secondary definition that you gave,
Yes, sir.
manipulation.
Yes, sir.
You also have in 16B white paper involving distracted attention.
Yes, sir.
Sir, do you have any professional training as a driver?
Yes, sir, I do.
Talk to us about that.
As part of my employment with the United States Secret Service, we received significant driving training for both emergency vehicles, private vehicles, and armored vehicles, both offensive and defensive driving.
Okay. And sir, in terms of divided attention when driving, what does that mean to you?
Divided attention in driving, for me, would be any external stimulus or mechanism that draws the driver's attention away from the task of driving a vehicle.
Okay. And sir, you also, within your report, provided different examples of what that looks like.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Richard? Can you go to- is hitting us. There we go. What do we see here, sir?
This is a uploaded Facebook video of a commercial vehicle driver operating his cellular device. And as we can see in the split image on the lower half, causing a vehicular accident.
He was able to stay within the lanes.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And the next one here?
Similarly, split screen image of a individual driving a commercial vehicle on his device and causing a vehicular collision.
Again, he was able to stay within his lane.
Yes, sir.
Again, he was looking up and looking down.
Yes, sir.
Is there a problem with that, sir, looking up and looking down?
There is a problem with that. Reference to the white page that I had included into my report. This is a phenomenon called inattention blindness, apologies, where the human body and the human mind are preoccupied on one thing, the cellular device. And even though you may look up to see and scan the road ahead, you do not process the information correctly or quickly enough in order to accurately react. This can be, in a very simple term, and we might have all actually encountered this at some point in our time where we're running, we're trying to go somewhere, there's a lot of things happening, and a thought comes into our mind of, what time is it? We quickly look at our watch and continue on, only to realize that you have not processed what time it was. So you have to go back and look at your watch. That inattention blindness is also represented here, where a driver focused on that phone, focused on doing something, manipulating that device, is looking up at the road ahead, but not giving enough time to process the stimulus of the slowing and stopped vehicles that are on the roadway ahead. He looks up enough to stay inside the lanes, to maintain a relatively constant speed, but not enough to drive safely and avoid a collision.
So in a particular case where you have a driver that is driving on a relatively not congested roadway with wide open space, a driver like this would be able to maintain their lane by just looking up and down.
That's correct, sir.
And if that was to change, as in this particular case, there's going to be a delay in processing the visualization of the traffic, as we're seeing there, to the actual collision.
That is correct. And if you look at the driver in this vehicle, or in this video, you can see that multiple times he looks up at the road ahead, at the brake lights ahead, fully illuminated, and continues looking down at his device because he hasn't given his mind enough time to process that stimulus.
Is this something that they teach in the Secret Service in the advanced driving class?
It is.
Okay. And how is someone trained to avoid this?
Don't have the cellular device in play.
Fair enough. And of course, the benefit here is a look-back camera on the driver.
That is true.
And for the sake of argument, if there is no look-back camera and a fire results and the phone burns up, you'd be in the same kind of circumstances potentially here.
Yes, sir.
I'm objecting to the caption on this video.
Yeah, I'm gonna just move on to that one, from that one. So,
I'm objecting to the caption on this video as well.
The caption is innocuous, Your Honor, in this one.
All right, go ahead.
Whatever this truck is right here, they didn't touch the brakes at all, 'cause they are
100% distracted, and you can tell why right here.
Why not know what Sirius XM? Think about it. You can wake up with Howard Stern in the morning for a commercial when you think SiriusXM.com/go.
There's no backward-looking camera.
No, not in this one.
Based upon your examination of these circumstances, including the phone records, did you arrive at an opinion as to the circumstances involving this crash, sir?
Yes, sir.
And is that within a reasonable degree of certainty within your field of expertise?
Yes, sir.
As a professional driver,
Yes, sir.
trained in Secret Service, in addition to your background in forensics?
Yes, sir.
And what is that opinion, sir?
There's a number of conclusions that I've arrived to in particular to this case. It is my professional opinion that this device was active, the cellular device. That because it was active, it created an opportunity for the driver to be distracted. That distraction caused the driver to move his eyes from the road ahead to that device.
And sir, I have to ask you this question, and that is that you indicated that you also provided security for the president?
Yes, sir.
Which president?
President Obama, President Trump, and President Biden.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ross?
Formulated a report in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is that report, correct?
Yes, it appears to be so.
Okay. This is page 2 where you're listing all the stuff that you looked at, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 3, same thing.
Yes, sir.
Page 4, same thing.
That is correct.
Page 5, same thing, up to this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you listed as a first element to address is the familiarity and understanding of the equipment in use. And you go on to discuss mid-state systems, but you're citing NTSB report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, whether or not he was familiar with the truck has no bearing on whether or not his phone's connecting to the cellular carrier, correct?
I guess that could be a conclusion to make, yes.
Okay. And you go on to cite the NTSB and the OHSP report all the way through here. The next element is the driver's familiarity and experience with the specific route of travel.
Where?
I'm
Could you
sorry,
slide
did I
that
get
up?
off of
Sorry.
there?
Thank
Let me
you.
zoom out a smidge here. Okay, looks like we're getting blurry after that. So the next element is the familiarity and experience with the specific route of travel, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if I'm in a new place say, in Pennsylvania, or I'm in Thornville, Ohio, that doesn't affect how my phone connects to the carrier, correct?
Not, well, depending on where you are, it could affect
I'm
the
not talking about
signals
geographic location, I mean my familiarity with it,
with the vehicle.
with the surroundings.
Oh, I wouldn't suppose so.
Okay. And that was the interview transcript. You go on to quote the NTSB and the ODOT from there. You go on to quote the NTSB, Ohio State Patrol review transcript. We're at page 6. And there you discussed that there had been a subpoena issued on the AT&T data, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So far, we've quoted the NTSB and the OHSB the entire way through this report. We're on page 7 now, correct?
Yes, that would be page 7 and
Okay.
page 8.
Finally, we get to page 8, and you're still quoting the NTSB report, correct?
That's page 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. What page did I say? Page 9.
Yes.
Apologize. You're still quoting the NTSB report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, you looked at everything the NTSB did and the Ohio State Patrol did, and that was, I think in your report you discussed similar to what the NTSB did, is how Mr. McDonald felt that day, correct?
I quoted that transcript that was provided by the NTSB.
Whether I'm sick or I feel good, it doesn't matter at all how my phone connects to the carrier, correct?
I would suppose not.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking you this, because you're the one that based your opinion on the totality of the circumstances.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And the totality of the circumstances include those factors.
That is correct, sir.
So we finally get to page 11, and we have a paragraph where you opine to active use. That was the internal stimulus. Direct correlation between elevated cell phone data usage and the collision.
Is that on, are you referring to page 12 or page 12?
Right down at the bottom?
Yes, the supporting facts, yes.
Okay. And you stated earlier that your definition of active use does not mean touching the phone, right?
My interpretation of active use does not necessarily mean manipulation of the phone, although manipulation of the phone to activate some mechanism would be also constitutional, considered active use.
So in your definition of active use, a person doesn't have to be touching the phone, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what we were talking about earlier, I asked you how much bytes are sent and received by the Audible app. You didn't know, correct?
No.
Okay. And you referred to streaming podcast earlier in your direct testimony, right? That's something that sends and receives data?
Yes.
Okay. And you're uncertain of the amount or rate that transfers, correct?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. So I could list a bunch of different apps here, but I think to save us time, it's fair to say you don't know the transfer rate in different apps. Can we just agree to that?
I would agree.
Okay. So, we talked a lot about the data transfer and the time that it occurred. Back up a minute. You're aware that AT&T themselves tell you that they can't tell you what the actual user data is, rather just volume, correct?
Are you referring to the disclaimer at the top of the AT&T records?
Bottom of it, yeah.
Or yeah, the bottom. I wouldn't interpret it specifically like that. I think if we read it, it might be, have a little more clarity.
Okay. I highlighted it for you. It says the communication will show as data usage on the customer records, but do not necessarily indicate customer initiated transaction, correct?
Yes, that is what they say.
It says the AT&T network is constantly communicates with the internet-enabled devices when they are powered on, correct?
Correct.
Because when your phone accesses the network, it creates a session, right?
Yes, sir.
And AT&T used to charge people for those sessions, right?
Yes.
So it's how they track whether or not you're using their network, right? And that disclaimer right there is saying, hey, your phone might connect to us, and you didn't initiate it, but we're still gonna charge you,
Yes.
right? And we're not gonna tell you what that data is, because we don't know.
I don't necessarily agree with that statement. I do believe that AT&T has a mechanism in place to know what data, what the content of the data is.
Why didn't you find that out?
Excuse me?
You wrote a 13-page report on telecom data in a case where 6 people died. If that's the case, why didn't you go find that out?
I would love to have found that out for you, sir, but as to the best of my knowledge, AT&T has not returned any information on that regard.
Did you subpoena them?
I do not have subpoena powers.
Yes, prosecutor subpoena them.
Yes, I did.
You asked them to subpoena AT&T to determine what that actual data was.
I believe it was a request for a court order.
The prosecutor refused to do that?
Because subpoena of records does not provide content data that is protected by the United States Supreme Court.
So in other words, the data that we have, we don't know what it is, right?
But according to the data that is on that record, we have volume of data, we don't know the content of data.
Okay, we don't know what the content is. In the times that data transfers, I think earlier you were trying to imply that since he was driving, well, it must have meant something else. But there's a data transfer at 7:41 a.m., correct? I'm sorry, I'll use Sergeant Jasper, just a little, I'll correlate them for you. 7:41 a.m., we have a data transfer of 399.21 and 122.86.70, which correlates to this. What I've done with this is I've taken the blues, the zeros out, and just left the data in.
Okay. Sorry.
And we can agree with that, right? So, and I've converted the con time into Eastern Standard Time because it's confusing to me. But we can agree the 11:14, we have a red, the same transfer to 6308, 3132, correct?
Yes. Are you, to help me understand, are you using both the blue and the lower section of the black data?
We can use theirs, it's a little more difficult, but I've taken the blue out to make it a little more seamless.
Okay.
We can use this record if you prefer.
Well, I only asked the question because the different colors differentiate between IMS data and enhanced phone data.
Okay. So you testified earlier that there was an increase at 8:29 a.m., correct?
Yes, between that, the time of 8:20 and 8:37.
We have another one at 8:20, right? That's fairly large.
Yes, sir.
We have one at 7:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
7:44 a.m., correct?
Yes.
You're aware that you returned to the truck about 7:49 a.m.?
That is correct, yes.
So we have a data transfer that's fairly similar to the 8:47 transfer, don't we? Between 7:44 and the 8:47?
Can you rephrase your question, please?
Well, I'm saying that there was a data transfer at 744, there was about, what is that, 1 million up and 1 million down, or is that 1,000? 1 million up, 1 million down, right, roughly?
Yeah, it would equate to a megabyte up and a megabyte down.
Okay, so then we have a megabyte up and 2 megabytes down at 847, somewhat similar transaction, correct?
Yes.
More down, but a similar push,
Yes, sir.
okay. Still doesn't tell us anything though, does it? Whether or not there was user activity, right?
When you compare just those 2 times, yes, it would be very limited in what you can extrapolate from those 2.
Okay. You talked a little bit about distracted driving.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that, in your definition, I'll probably slim it down a little bit here, was someone is focused on something else, and even though they take their eyes back to the road, they may not be 100% focused back on that, right?
Yes, the inattentive to blindness, yes.
Okay. And that doesn't have to apply to an individual driving a truck, does it? It could be everyday drivers?
Correct.
Okay. It could be a bus driver, right?
Yes, sir.
So if an individual was driving a bus and looking up in the mirror, would that be distracted?
It depends on, I guess, why they were looking at the mirror. If they were looking to see the road behind them, maybe.
No, not behind them, inside the bus.
Oh, inside the bus? I can't speak to that
Okay.
specifically.
Have you ever taken an accumulation in your experience as a telecom expert? Have you ever looked at multiple users' phones and their interaction with carriers to determine what the transfer rate is on average over those users?
No, not specifically.
So, to be a little more specific, let's say I had 100 users and I wanted to know how much YouTube sends and receives back and forth over AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. So I've looked at all of these 100 persons and I can say, you know, that's a 41.7 megabyte transaction. Did you do that?
No, I did not.
Okay. So the 41.7 that you got is from AT&T's consumer guide, right?
Correct.
Yeah. It's a simple internet search, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, Aaron. Reader?
Thank you. Would it surprise you, sir, that there is within State's Exhibit 14, which is certified cell phone records for the defendant, and it's part of a stipulation, an investigative subpoena that was issued in that particular case?
It wouldn't surprise me.
So a subpoena was issued for that case?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's in the records in front of you, I guess, but I'm not sure what the importance of that is. I do want to ask you about just a couple other things. One is the time frame that we're talking about here is primarily 8:20 to 8:37 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's near in time to the events that occurred here.
Yes, sir.
That would have some significance.
It would.
Okay. And you were asked about active use, and I think you defined it 2 different ways. Perhaps one at a higher standard than the other. The lower of the 2 standards would be, as I understood it, that if I am running something, for instance from Rumble, I get in my car, I turn it on, I put it down, it's playing in the background, no different than a radio, that might be considered active use because I'm pulling the information down and I'm using it off of the network.
Yes.
You have a higher standard though that you talk about, which is that when during the course of a travel, where you have to manipulate the cell phone itself in order to get that program, whether you're behind the wheel of a car, a truck, bus, semi, an airplane, or anything like that. That would be a higher use, but it would still fit under active use.
That would be correct.
Okay, and in this particular case, this particular usage involves a crash fatality near in time to this large data hitting the defendant's phone.
It would be preceding the crash.
Yes, near in time,
Yes, sir.
proceeding. And I guess the thing is that obviously the best position to be in is if the phone didn't burn up.
That would be correct.
Thank you.
Recross.
No recross, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Mr. Murphy.
Roach?
Sure.